Chapter 761, Tomb Raider. After Hogg left a trail of oil-stained footprints, Harry noticed a pair of animated objects suddenly appear beside him. It was a magic broom and a magic mop. They bounced over to the footprints behind Hogg and dutifully cleaned up the stains on the carpet. After a while, the two even paused anthropomorphically to catch their breath. To be honest, if they weren't inanimate objects, Harry would have thought they were real people. Objects with living characteristics like these were not uncommon in the castle. There were magic rags that actively wiped furniture and grandfather clocks that greeted people as they passed by. Harry had even found a bunch of teapots and teacups chatting and laughing together. When they noticed Harry approaching, they immediately stopped and pretended to stand upright, like employees caught slacking off. All the magical objects around made Harry feel the wonder of magic and the power of Anduin more profoundly. It wasn't that he had never seen a magic device that could operate automatically, but none had the breath of life like the items in the castle. For a moment, Harry felt that the castle under his feet was no longer just a building, but a miniature city. Hogg, why do all the things here seem to be alive? Harry couldn't contain his curiosity and moved closer to Hogg. It's like that tea set. They were just being lazy. Ha, there's nothing to make a fuss about. You'll get used to it after you've been here for a while. My lord likes to do some weird research when he has nothing to do. To put it bluntly, these are all his experiments, Hogg laughed, then muttered. But remember to stay away from those talking appliances. They have a lot of ghostly thoughts. Besides knowing how to steal and play tricks, they also like to prank people. Like that tea set just now, if someone unfamiliar drinks tea with them, they might get their nose bitten. Don't ask me how I know. After muttering and complaining for a while, Hogg snapped open a door and said to Harry, Here, this is your room. How is it? The environment is good, right? Hearing this, Harry walked into the room and looked around, his eyes lighting up immediately. This room was not only in a good environment, but could be called luxurious. The room was spacious and equipped with an independent washroom, bathroom, and cloakroom. The brand-new desk, sofa, bed, and wardrobe were all made of high-quality solid wood and decorated with various alchemical trinkets and decorations. There was also a huge floor-to-ceiling window on one side of the room with a set of exquisite tables and chairs on the balcony outside. Standing on the balcony, the entire Godric's Valley could be easily seen. Phew! Harry stood on the balcony and took a deep breath. What he saw in front of him made him feel like he was dreaming. A year ago, he was still living in a cramped cupboard, but now he had a dream room. When he turned around, he found that Hogg had opened the cloakroom in the house and was waving to him. Harry, I ordered dozens of sets of clothes for you according to the size from your last physical examination. The styles might be a bit old, but you can wear them for now. We'll buy new ones when we get to France. Seeing the dazzling array of clothes in the independent cloakroom, Harry couldn't help but swallow. There's no need to be so grand. I still have a lot of my own clothes. You still have the guts to keep wearing those rags? Hogg gave him a stern look. Remember, we need everything except money. From now on, you have to learn to enjoy life like a gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Learn. After being reprimanded, Harry suddenly felt that Hogg's aggressive demeanor was not as annoying as before. From this day on, Harry officially became a member of the Anduin family. Over the next few days, he gradually integrated into this large and diverse household. The castle was home to several interesting characters, such as Anduin's secretary, the ill-tempered vampire Shaltier, the good-natured butler, Kiki, the lively Thunderbird, Ol, and the gluttonous phoenix, Irene, who often ate herself into a ball. Anduin himself was usually very busy, often disappearing for long stretches, so Harry spent most of his time with the other residents. Despite the camaraderie, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that his life had taken on a peculiar twist. Kiki's greatest joy was cooking, and she would prepare a feast at any time of the day. Saul and Irene would eagerly join in, dragging Harry along to partake in the meals. With 8 meals a day, Harry felt as if he had gained weight in just a few days. He finally understood why Hogg always had snacks on hand. The atmosphere was so inviting that it was impossible to resist. Spending time with Shaltier revealed her strange aesthetic sense, which she loved to share. She often roped Harry into modeling her new creations, which were always women's clothing. Under the threat of Shaltier's iron fist, Harry had no choice but to comply, making him question whether joining this family was a good idea. Apart from being bullied by Shaltier, Harry's main task each day was training, supervised intensively by Hogg. Despite the rigorous schedule, Harry found a mix of pain and happiness during his first week in the castle. Meanwhile, Anduin was not as busy with the Silver Flash Trading Company or his research as everyone assumed. Instead, he visited Bathilda Bagshot, a historian of magic who also lived in Godric's Hollow. Mrs. Bagshot, over 100 years old, welcomed Anduin's visit. She was one of the few in the wizarding world who didn't know Anduin and was very interested in the novel magic of the Silver Flash Trading Company. When Anduin asked to consult historical materials about the Deathly Hallows, she was open to sharing her knowledge. However, after several days of browsing, Anduin found that most of Bagshot's files were records of wizards who once held or were suspected of holding the Deathly Hallows. There were very few research records on the Hallows themselves. Over the centuries, no one had managed to collect all 3 Hallows. The invisibility cloak had been passed down in the Potter family, the resurrection stone had been kept in the Gaunt family for a long time, and even they had forgotten its significance. The Elder Wand had more records, often changing hands among powerful and ruthless wizards every decade. Realizing that he couldn't gather more information from the documents, Anduin decided to study the actual artifacts. He borrowed the invisibility cloak from Harry and returned to Hogwarts daily to study the 3 Deathly Hallows with Dumbledore in the principal's office. Gathering the 3 Deathly Hallows was a dream for countless wizards and scholars, but for Anduin, it didn't take much effort. After conducting comprehensive tests on the Hallows, Anduin confirmed that they were indeed related and that combining them was a real possibility. No matter how hard they tried, Anduin and Dumbledore were unable to achieve their goal. The biggest problem that plagued them was that there was no correct way to connect the Hallows together. The Deathly Hallows seemed like 3 parts that were meant to be combined, but they couldn't be. When separated, they were completely independent magical items, and even when put together, they still performed their individual functions without any sign of fusion. Anduin tried various methods, whether using physical means to piece them together or using magic to connect them, but there was no response. After dozens, if not hundreds of attempts, Anduin and Dumbledore had to give up. They were now fairly certain that combining the Deathly Hallows required a unique method. It might be a special combination technique, a specific ceremony, or even some special preconditions or foreshadowing. Until this method was found, hoping to unlock the true power of the Deathly Hallows was just wishful thinking. Unable to glean more from their experiments, Anduin turned his focus to the grave of Ignotus Peverell. He suspected that only the ancestor of the Peverell family held the all secret about the Deathly Hallows, and there might be some clues hidden in his tomb. However, the idea of grave robbing troubled him. After all, this wizard Peverell had nothing to do with him, and his subconscious, influenced by his Oriental upbringing, made him hesitant. After a few days of contemplation, Anduin decided to use the shuttle spell to sneak into the ground and investigate the tomb first. If he found it to be just an ordinary coffin, he would abandon the idea completely. Late one night, a week after the summer vacation began, Anduin quietly arrived at the cemetery in Godric's Hollow. The tomb has weathered badly, and the names on it are blurred. Only the mark of the Deathly Hallows can be barely discerned on the tombstone, but it is still kept very clean. It seems someone still takes care of it, Anduin muttered as he touched the tombstone belonging to Ignotus. After confirming the location, Anduin didn't waste any time. He cast the shuttle spell, allowing his body to slowly sink into the soil in front of the tomb. He groped his way towards Ignotus's coffin underground, where his 5 senses were greatly restricted. Fortunately, Anduin's magical perception was very keen, and he approached the target in a short while. But when Anduin saw everything in the tomb, he was shocked. There was something wrong with Ignotus's tomb. In Anduin's magical vision, although the coffin had decayed over time, its original appearance was still discernible. Shockingly, the coffin was empty. Not only was there no corpse, but there were also no funeral objects. "No," Anduin exclaimed. After further observation, he made a preliminary judgment. "There are traces of corpses and relics in the coffin. Obviously, there were bodies inside when they were buried, which means that this coffin was not empty at first. And judging from the underground environment around the coffin, the layering of the soil is inconsistent. That is to say, a long time ago, Ignotus' tomb was dug open once. Someone had robbed Ignotus' tomb before him. They had stolen all the corpses and funeral objects inside." Coming to such a conclusion made Anduin feel a little unbelievable, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized it wasn't unimaginable. It was no secret to many scholars that Ignotus Peverell was the original bearer of the Deathly Hallows. Therefore, some people would definitely speculate that his tomb might hide secrets about the Hallows. But the thought that even the tomb robbery had been done before him left Anduin feeling annoyed. Anduin had been wondering whether to do such an outrageous thing himself, but now, luckily, someone had already done it for him. "But who is this tomb robber?" he pondered. With this question in mind, Anduin examined the coffin more closely, suspecting that there might be some secret hidden in Ignotus' tomb. Could this explain why the tomb robber had ransacked all its contents? After so many years, even the coffin had rotted, and Ignotus' body must have turned to bones. What could possibly interest someone in it? After a thorough search, Anduin found several clues. Judging by the soil quality around the coffin, it seemed the tomb had been excavated less than 100 years ago, suggesting the robbery occurred only decades ago. As soon as he reached this conclusion, a name flashed in Anduin's mind: Gellert Grindelwald. From his previous conversation with Dumbledore, Anduin knew that this dark wizard had lived in Godric's Hollow for a long time. During that period, Grindelwald had been searching for information about the Deathly Hallows. Bathilda Bagshot, who was Grindelwald's aunt, must have known about Ignotus' cemetery. "Grindelwald again," Anduin muttered. With his style, he could definitely do something like tomb robbery. It's said that he stole the Elder Wand from Gregorovitch. It seems we have to trace his steps to the Deathly Hallows. Thinking of this, Anduin couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect you, a guy with such a reputation, to also make a guest appearance as a tomb robber." End of this chapter. Now chapter 662, The Burrow. After completing the survey of the cemetery, Anduin quietly retreated, careful not to disturb the tomb belonging to Ignotus. Even though there were no bones of the deceased in the cemetery now, he felt it was best to show respect. With the cemetery behind him, Anduin began to plan his next steps. Knowing that Grindelwald was connected to the truth about the Deathly Hallows, he considered visiting the former leader of the Saints' party. However, Anduin was hesitant to make contact prematurely. He had destroyed the silver spear that once belonged to the Saints Association a few years ago, and many veterans in the club were close comrades in arms of Grindelwald. He feared that rushing into the Saints' headquarters might provoke unnecessary conflicts. Despite Grindelwald's defeat, his influence persisted. Many former Saints members and groups still regarded him as their master. Grindelwald had surrendered to the wizarding world, possibly because he realized he couldn't change the minds of all wizards, or he saw no hope of victory. He might have also been concerned that the continuation of the war would lead to the collapse of the wizarding world. His surrender was a strategic decision to prevent further destruction. However, this didn't mean Grindelwald would face Anduin, the man who killed his comrade in arms, without hostility. Anduin couldn't predict how Grindelwald would react to him. Anduin also planned to go to France. Besides reuniting Harry and Sirius, he had another important task: accepting Dumbledore's invitation to meet Nicholas Flamel. He was invited to visit the legendary alchemist and return the Philosopher's Stone. Anduin didn't expect to keep the alchemical treasure forever. Fortunately, he had used the Philosopher's Stone to complete many works, including transforming the former manor into a moving castle. In addition to returning the Philosopher's Stone, I need to test the truth about the Black Death with Nicholas Flamel. If the situation escalates, conflicts might break out with this legendary wizard. The trip to Nurmengard should be postponed as much as possible. It's not convenient to take Harry and the others to such a dangerous area with an unknown position, Anduin thought. After some contemplation, Anduin decided on his itinerary. He would first take the young wizards to the French stronghold to settle down. Then, he and Dumbledore would visit Nicholas Flamel at the agreed time. Finally, he would decide whether to go to Austria based on the situation. Having made up his mind, Anduin returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, he saw Harry playing cards with Shaltair and Hogg. Small piles of galleons were stacked on the table in front of them, but Hogg and Shaltair's piles were noticeably larger than Harry's. "What are you guys doing?" Anduin asked, giving the three of them a stern look. Hogg and Shaltair's expressions turned nervous at Anduin's sudden appearance, but Hogg quickly switched to a smiling face. "Nothing. Shaltair and I were just trying to keep Harry entertained by playing Fighting Demon King, the game you invented. It's just a pastime, a way to pass the time." "Pastime?" Anduin glanced suspiciously at the pile of money on the table. "Who uses gold galleons to play cards at home? You two probably teamed up to cheat him, didn't you? Do you have any shame?" "No, really not," Shaltair chimed in hurriedly. "Harry agreed to this, didn't you, Harry?" Shaltair said, winking exaggeratedly at Harry while her hand reached under the table to touch him. Harry, noticing Shaltair's actions, could only muster a timid smile at Anduin. "Well, we did discuss it before playing cards, and I didn't lose too much, just a few dozen galleons." After spending so many days together, Harry's perspective on money had changed significantly. Now, a few dozen galleons didn't seem like a lot to him. "That's not too much?" Anduin raised an eyebrow and shot a stern look at the other two. "How on earth did you teach Harry? Instead of training hard all day, yet out-taught him how to play cards and gamble." A flash of lightning suddenly lit up in Anduin's hand, forming into a short stick of light silver current. "I see your butts are itching for a spanking again." "Don't! We know we're wrong!" Hogg and Shaltair yelled simultaneously. They transformed into a bat and a puppy, respectively, and darted away from the card table, slipping out one by one. What followed was a chaotic scene as Anduin chased Hogg and Shaltair around the living room, making it a whirlwind of activity. After a while, Hogg and Shaltair, now sporting bruised noses and swollen faces, obediently squatted in the middle of the living room, making Harry tense up nervously. After scolding the two, Anduin turned to the business at hand. "After you tidy up the living room, get ready. We'll leave tomorrow." Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. "Uncle Wilson, do you mean we're going to France?" "Yes," Anduin nodded. "But before that, we need to visit the burrow to pick up Neville and Ginny. We'll stay there until the evening and then set off at night." "Huh?" Oh, Harry didn't understand why they had to leave at night, but he trusted that Uncle Wilson had his reasons. The next day, after breakfast, Anduin led Harry, Hogg, and Shaltair to the burrow via the Floo network. Kiki, the castle steward and manager of the Silver Flash Trading Company, stayed behind to oversee things. As soon as they arrived at the burrow, they were enveloped by the lively atmosphere. The Weasley boys were arguing as usual, and Molly's roars could be heard faintly in the background. The burrow had changed significantly over the years. Since Arthur became a shareholder of the Silver Flash Trading Company, the Weasley family's economic situation had improved dramatically. The old house had been upgraded several times, with a larger area, better materials, and more attention to interior decoration and furniture. However, Molly's simple nature kept the place in a strong pastoral style. Upon entering the room, Anduin and his party immediately drew attention. Percy, the Weasley twins, and Ron rushed out, shouting "Big Brother Anduin" or "Uncle Wilson." Both parties were used to this chaotic seniority. Ginny, overjoyed, threw herself into Anduin's arms, having missed her godfather dearly. Harry quickly joined Ron and the twins, and although they had only been apart for a few days, they had countless things to talk about. "Hey, Anduin!" Arthur, looking more handsome than before, appeared. "Since the children found out you're taking Ginny to France, they've been going crazy." "Isn't it because you always refuse to let us go with you?" George complained. "It's hard to go on a trip. Why can't you take us with you if you can take Ginny?" Fred added, echoing his brother's sentiment. "If you ask me, you're being biased. Our performance." "This school year hasn't been that bad," Anduin remarked. "Uncle Wilson, Can't you take us to France with you? Ron asked eagerly, his eyes wide with hope. Anduin sighed, seeing the eager faces around him. It's not up to me. You need to ask your parents and get their consent. Ginny, who had been clinging to Anduin, turned to her brothers with a mischievous grin. Ha! I won't take you there. Let's see if you still dare to bully me. Who bullied you? You're the one who shows off to us every day, one of the brothers retorted. Brother Anduin, you can't always favor Ginny. It's too unfair, another brother chimed in. Yes, it's not fair, the third brother echoed. The three brothers showed an unusual unity against Ginny, but their protest was cut short by a stern voice. I told you, you're not allowed to go. Any objections? Molly Weasley had appeared behind them, hands on her hips, her face stern. You boys know how to play every day. This summer, we need to renovate the entire backyard. You can't go anywhere. Stay home and help. The presence of the family matriarch immediately quelled the boys' rebellion. They muttered under their breath, but fell silent under Molly's stern gaze. After calming the mischievous trio, Molly turned to Anduin with a warm smile. When her eyes landed on Harry, she immediately moved forward, caressing his face affectionately and looking him over. Oh, Harry, you're here too. You look much stronger now than you did at school. You were thinner than a bowtruckle back then. Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied, touched by her warmth. Remembering his friend Ron, he added, At school, Ron and the twins took great care of me. Now that it's summer, can't they? Let them play in France? Molly finished for him, shaking her head firmly. If I don't keep an eye on them, they'll cause trouble everywhere. We've already been to Romania once, and there's so much to do at the Burrow that I can't manage alone. She shot a stern look at her sons. With me here, you won't be running around. This summer, you'll stay put, especially George and Fred. Let's see if you still dare to mess with those gadgets. The boys groaned in unison, and George protested. Our joke props aren't just a mess. Even Brother Anduin praised our creativity. If you don't believe me, ask him. Molly turned her questioning gaze to Anduin, who nodded reluctantly. They do have a talent for making small props. I'm even considering helping them open a shop after they graduate. Molly was unimpressed. That's something to worry about after graduation. Right now, their focus should be on their studies. And you, Anduin, you're a professor at Hogwarts. You should be more concerned about their education. They nearly blew up the room with their last experiment. Anduin, caught in the crossfire, could only offer a helpless look to the twins. All right, Arthur Weasley interjected, trying to diffuse the tension. Harry's a guest today, and Augusta and Neville will be here later. Molly, you should start preparing lunch. We don't want to neglect our guests. Anduin, come with me to the yard. I have something interesting to show you. Arthur led Anduin out of the burrow, with the three brothers and Harry following closely behind. Ginny, however, had her eyes locked on Hog, who had come with Anduin. What are you up to? Ginny asked, her gaze making Hog uneasy. Hog, feeling the intensity of her stare, took a step back, his fur standing on end. Despite his domineering presence at Hogwarts, Hog's confidence seemed to evaporate when faced with Ginny. It was as if she were his natural enemy, causing his limbs to weaken instantly. Why not? I want to play with you, Ginny replied casually, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she stared at Hog like a cat eyeing a mouse. She advanced on him step by step. Every time you go back to the Godfather's house, you secretly hide from me. Let's see where you escape today. Don't come any closer, Hog screamed, his voice tinged with panic. In an instant, he shrank back and tried to flee. Hey, no one will come to save you, even if you scream your lungs out. Look at this trick. Ginny let out a ghostly scream of her own, raising her hand to reveal a ring. Suddenly, a wall of air materialized in front of Hog, blocking his path. Seeing his escape route cut off, Hog quickly turned around and, like a desperate mouse, darted between Ginny's legs. He then bolted out of the house as fast as he could. Realizing she had been outmaneuvered, Ginny let out an excited scream and chased after him. In the now quiet room, only Molly and Percy remained. Molly shook her head helplessly. Just keeping these little devils in line every day was enough to exhaust her. Mom, do you need me to help with lunch later? Percy asked, looking at Molly with a mix of embarrassment and resignation, seeing that his brothers had all slipped away. Who else but you? What a bunch of troublemakers. Molly replied, giving Percy a weary look. It was moments like these that reinforced her firm opposition to letting these mischievous kids run around unsupervised. End of this chapter. Chapter 763. The Car. Is this what you wanted to show me? In the shed outside the burrow, Anduin looked at a classic Ford Anglia that Arthur had presented to him, his eyes full of curiosity. Not bad, right? Arthur said enthusiastically. This is a magical car that I personally remodeled. Although it looks old, the charms installed inside are all crafted by me and Randolph Barbara. Randolph Badmore? Anduin nodded knowingly. I remember, he's currently developing a new type of broomstick aimed at breaking speed limits. It's called the Firebolt, right? He used my patented Wilson levitation charm for it. Arthur nodded frequently. That's right. That spell is also on this car. Additionally, it has the top-level speed charm, braking charm, shock-absorbing charm, and slowdown charm. This allows it to drive at high speeds on normal roads and in the air, ensuring stability and a good driving experience. I've also added invisibility and shielding charms to the body to avoid being accidentally discovered by muggles. Sounds impressive. Anduin didn't expect Arthur to have such skills. He had always thought Arthur was just interested in muggle items. Although Molly often complained about Arthur tinkering with muggle things, Anduin never took it seriously. After all, studying spells and alchemy is very time-consuming. While making large-scale alchemical items is easier than small and miniature props, it still requires more than just interest. Clearly, Arthur had invested a lot of time and energy into his passion. He had actually managed to save a car by himself, and it didn't seem to be lacking in functionality. Really? Ha! I just took the time to figure it out and mess around with it, Arthur said modestly, scratching his head. Being recognized by Anduin, a master alchemist, made him very proud. The truth was, of course, not as simple as he made it sound. Arthur had gone through a lot of trouble to tinker with this car. He had not only taught himself spells, but also sought advice from many scholars. It's a pity Anduin was too busy most of the time. Otherwise, Arthur wouldn't have had to make so many detours. You don't need to be humble. I can see that you must have put a lot of effort into this car, Anduin affirmed. Have you considered mass-producing this magic car? Mass production? Arthur was slightly taken aback. Do you mean developing it into an alchemy product and selling it at Silver Flash Trading Company? Arthur hadn't really thought about this. He mainly wanted to share his work with Anduin today and was already quite satisfied to get his approval. Yes, I can see that this kind of magic car should have a great market prospect. Ordinary flying broomsticks have many limitations. For example, they can only be ridden by one person, cannot carry passengers, and the rider has to face the wind and rain alone. The driving experience isn't great either. To be honest, Arthur's magic car really surprised Anduin. This kind of comfortable vehicle is much more convenient than a broomstick or flying carpet. He himself often used spaceships because he didn't like riding broomsticks. But is this appropriate? The target of the magic car is too big. Once those shielding charms malfunction, it will be easy for muggles to notice. This is not a small violation of the Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Act, Arthur said worriedly. Before, I amended the law to allow many products in Silver Flash Trading Company to circumvent the Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Act, which has caused dissatisfaction among many people. They will not allow alchemical items like magic cars to appear on the market, especially those that compete with broomsticks. Over the years, Riazer had opened many back doors for Silver Flash Trading Company through his connections, but this was a different level of challenge. The ability to list so many products that might be suspected of violating laws is one of the reasons Anduin made Arthur a shareholder. The smooth execution of these small actions is largely because the alchemy products of the Silver Flash Trading Company haven't significantly impacted the interests of other British business groups, so they haven't faced much opposition. There are no other magic item companies besides broom makers. However, the magic car is different. Positioned as a vehicle, it threatens the status of the broomstick. The Ministry of Magic has invested heavily to protect the local broom industry. For instance, the well-known flying carpet prohibition regulations impose strict controls on flying carpets, which is why you don't see them in the UK. The Ministry of Magic claims that flying carpets are not safe enough, which is pure nonsense. Every year, more people are injured due to improper broomstick use than flying carpets. Ultimately, the broomstick is a local pillar industry, and obstacles must be cleared to protect it. If the magic car enters the market, it will undoubtedly face suppression from broomstick manufacturers under the Muggle Artifacts Act. Anduin understands this well. He has to be cautious about the dungeons he created to compete in the Quidditch market, let alone directly producing competing products to the broomstick. Yet, he still said decisively, it's not impossible to solve this problem. Since the magic car will affect the broomstick market, we should bring them in and cooperate together. Cooperation? Arthur asked, puzzled. That's right, Anduin nodded. I can take the lead and invite major broomstick manufacturers such as Sweeping, Nimbus, Universe, Comet, and Thunderbolt to jointly establish a magic car manufacturing company and let them all own a part of the shares. In this way, even if the magic car affects the market share of the broomstick, their actual income and profits will not be reduced. But what if they don't agree? There are many details to work out, like how many shares each company owns and whether they have the right to influence the company's decision-making. It will take a lot of energy to solve these problems. Arthur, no longer the business novice he once was, could now think from a partner's perspective. I can't tolerate them not agreeing, Anduin said with a grimace and a sneer. If they refuse, we can set up a similar company in Germany to start the magic car industry. With the commercial channels of Silver Flash Trading Company in the wizarding world and the promotion of several activities like racing cars, I am confident we can squeeze broomsticks out of the European market within 3 years. Humph, Anduin sneered. Let them entertain themselves in this small place of England, then. But if that happens, it will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the Ministry of Magic and could completely change its attitude. It might also affect the industry of Silver Flash Trading Company itself. There's no need to offend both sides over one product, Arthur said worriedly, knowing Anduin wouldn't show the magic car to the other party. So the best result is cooperation. If the joint company can be established, it will benefit everyone. But when operating, our attitude must be firm, Anduin said, giving Arthur a determined look. Don't worry, I will take care of everything. This isn't something that will be done right away. We have to solve the technical problem first. He then looked at the classic car again. When you come back from France, give it to me to study and improve it, at least make it less Muggle-like, just as we did before. Then we need to conduct some tests on the magic car, and this one can be placed in the copy world I'm working on. In addition, the magic communication system will need more time to develop. Once the influence of the magic net permeates every aspect of a wizard's life, no one will be able to challenge the Silver Flash Trading Company, Anduin explained. At that point, when we negotiate with manufacturers, we will hold all the cards. It took Anduin only a few minutes to outline his plan, leaving Arthur astonished. You really have a knack for business. I never imagined that a toy I made on a map whim could have such potential, Arthur said, crossing his arms and admiring his work. Outside the shed, the Weasley brothers and Harry were eavesdropping on Anduin and Arthur's conversation. They weren't particularly interested in the products or the company. They were more intrigued by the magic car that Arthur and Anduin seemed so enthusiastic about. What are you guys doing? Ginny's voice suddenly interrupted their eavesdropping. She was holding a terrified little hog in her arms, who clearly hadn't managed to escape her grasp. Nothing at all, Ron stammered, taken aback by Ginny's sudden appearance. Why are you in the yard, Ginny? Is that hog in your arms? I can go wherever I want. Do you have a problem with that? Ginny retorted, giving Ron a sharp look before turning her attention to Harry. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived, right? We met at the station at the beginning of last school year, remember? Of course, how could I forget? Harry replied with a smile. Like the rest of the Weasleys, he couldn't help but focus on Hog in Ginny's arms, noting how the usually mischievous creature seemed subdued. You don't seem all that special, Ginny remarked, looking Harry up and down with a hint of disappointment. She had grown up hearing stories about Harry and had once admired him. However, her godfather, Anduin, was far more legendary in her eyes. She had been raised on tales of his adventures, told by Hogg and Shaltier, and had become somewhat immune to the mystique surrounding Harry. Harry didn't take Ginny's comment to heart. He had never considered himself particularly special. However, Ron, seeing his friend being dismissed by his sister, couldn't stay silent. "Don't underestimate Harry. He's really strong and has the highest intelligence in our grade." "Intelligence? What's that? Does Hogwarts measure IQ now?" Ginny asked, puzzled. She was set to start school after the summer and hadn't yet experienced the magic of the Silver Flash talisman. Her brothers hadn't shown her their attributes, partly because she guarded her alchemy props so jealously. "You'll find out when you start school this year," Ron said proudly, then led Harry and the twins away from the shed. Ginny, annoyed at not getting any information from her brother, tightened her grip on Hogg, who could only hope for rescue. Later, Augusta and Neville arrived at the burrow just before lunch. With Neville joining them, the group of children quickly bonded. In the afternoon, while Anduin and Arthur continued to work on the magic car in the shed, the Weasley brothers, Ginny, Harry, and Neville, explored the burrow together. Time flew by, and soon it was night. After the three families had dinner together, it was time for the children to settle in for the night. As Anduin and the others prepared to set off, Harry finally understood why Uncle Wilson had chosen to travel at night. Anduin led Hogg, Shaltier, Harry, Neville, and Ginny to the open space outside the burrow. From his pocket, he produced a transparent glass bottle. Inside, a miniature sailboat lay quietly, looking exactly like the Leona that Harry and the others had seen before. Anduin threw the bottle into the open space in front of him. Everyone watched as the sailboat inside began to expand continuously, eventually breaking the bottle and growing to its original size. "Let's go," Anduin said with a smile, beckoning everyone. "Leona is too conspicuous during the day. Even if we use a shielding spell, it would still attract attention. By starting at night, we'll arrive in France by the time everyone wakes up." Ginny, hugging Hogg, followed Anduin excitedly. "I didn't expect we could take a boat on this trip. I've always wanted to sail through the sea of clouds," she said, making her brothers envious. Harry and Neville didn't hesitate and followed Anduin onto the boat. However, Harry couldn't help but wonder why Uncle Wilson didn't use the dimension door to move or simply fly. End of this chapter. Chapter 764. Car Thief Shaltier, noticing Harry's confusion, explained kindly, "You've never been abroad, right? It's illegal to enter France through any door without reporting to the Ministry of Magic. We're officially entering the country this time, so we have to go through the proper channels." "I see," Harry said, suddenly understanding. Then with a curious look, he asked, "This time, have there been any illegal entries before?" "Why do you have so many questions?" Shaltier gave Harry a playful glare and then ignored him. Illegal immigration? Anduin and his group had done such things before. Honestly, if they weren't bringing this group of kids along, they wouldn't have bothered with official channels. The procedures were too cumbersome. Another reason for bringing Leona was Anduin's concern about potential accidents in France. If the meeting with Nick Flamel didn't go well, it might lead to conflicts. Therefore, Leona, who provided air support, had to be deployed in advance. This way, she could recharge on the way and be ready for immediate action if needed. Anduin had invested a lot of effort into building Leona. She was essentially a sky fortress, integrating offense and defense. Of course, Anduin didn't disclose this to the young wizards. After boarding the floating ship, he arranged rooms for them and started the spaceship after saying goodbye to the Weasleys. Leona, flying in the air, exuded a commanding presence. Although she wasn't as aggressive as at the beginning of the school year, a faint blue electric glow still lingered around her. At the same time, her presence gradually gathered a cloud of thunder in the sky. These thunderclouds not only replenished energy for the spaceship, but also perfectly concealed the ship's hull. After a while, Leona disappeared into the sky, wrapped in thick clouds. The three young wizards on the ship were too excited to rest. They gathered on the deck, marveling at the experience of riding the wind and waves in the clouds. The daring Ginny occasionally stretched out her hand from the deck, trying to touch the drifting clouds. Harry and Neville looked down at the land below with equal interest. It was their first time traveling at such a high altitude, and the miraculous experience left them exhilarated. Back at the burrow, Molly had driven the children to their rooms early, and she and Arthur had retired for the night. She was still thinking about how to order the brothers to clean the garden the next day. As the burrow gradually returned to calm, a ghostly figure emerged from one of the rooms. Tiptoeing to the living room on the first floor, he saw two other figures waiting in the dark. "Why did you take so long?" George whispered urgently to the figure. "If you don't hurry, we might not catch up with them." "Understood." Ron, still groping forward in the dark, muttered impatiently. "Is this really okay? If Mom finds out, we'll be in big trouble." "Now you're scared?" Fred sneered. "Remember, you came to us first." "But I was impulsive then," Ron murmured, conflicted. "Do you think Uncle Wilson will let us join if we catch up? What if he sends us back? Then we'll go to France by ourselves," George said fiercely, clenching his fists. "We're locked up at home all day while they get to go out. Who can stand that?" "Yes, our mental stress is high too. We need a vacation," Fred added, echoing George's sentiments. Ron nodded firmly, gaining confidence. "Then let's start now. But are you sure you can drive?" "Don't worry," George assured him. Ron patted his chest confidently and then pulled him towards the shed. During the day, the three of them had heard Arthur and Anduin bragging about the magic car, so they devised a plan to secretly drive the car and catch up with Anduin's spaceship. They thought to themselves that Anduin wouldn't be able to turn them away once they were on their way. After sneaking into the shed, the roar of a car engine soon filled the air. Under George's driving, the classic car wobbled into the sky, chasing in the direction where Leona had left. "Why is the car so slow?" Ron complained, looking at the slowly moving scenery outside the window. He turned to George with a hint of frustration. "At this speed, we won't catch up with them until next year." "Don't worry, I remember the last time I rode in the car driven by my father, and it was much faster," George reassured, fumbling around the center console as if searching for something. "Wait, you dare to drive after just sitting in it once?" Ron looked at George in horror, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "We're not afraid, so why should you be? You should praise me for my wit. I learned it after just watching once," George muttered complacently. Then, with a burst of excitement, he shouted, "I found it! This is the button that makes it accelerate." Without hesitation, George pressed the button. Boom! The magic car burst into a loud roar. The three brothers felt as if someone had hit them from behind, and the car surged forward with a swish. The scenery outside the window blurred, racing backward like a meteor, indicating that the vehicle had reached an exaggerated speed. "Ah!" The force of the acceleration pressed their heads hard against the armchairs. They could only shout in horror, almost unable to move. Fortunately, George, a seasoned Quidditch player, kept his composure and held the steering wheel firmly, preventing the car from deviating from its course. However, the car's speed now far exceeded George's fastest broomstick rides. The strong thrust made it difficult for him to move, and he could only barely stabilize the steering wheel. The creaking sounds from the car body reminded them that the vehicle might not withstand the high pressure for long and could disintegrate. Meanwhile, Anduin, who was in his spaceship bedroom flipping through documents, suddenly sensed Leona's aura. "What? Are those kids still on the deck, unwilling to come down and rest? It's a vacation, they should relax," Anduin remarked. "No," Leona's voice echoed in the room. "I'm not concerned with those brats. I sensed an unknown object flying towards us at an extremely fast speed." "Huh? An enemy?" Anduin didn't question Leona's perception, knowing how wide her detection radius was. "I don't know. You'd better see for yourself. I'm too lazy to deal with it at night," Leona groaned lazily. "Remember, don't let that thing scratch me. My hull was just preserved." Anduin shook his head, exasperated. Leona had become increasingly lazy since following him. Without further delay, he apparated onto the deck, startling the three little wizards who were still wandering there. Just as Anduin was about to see who had the audacity to cause trouble, he saw a car flying at an outrageous speed like a comet, coming closer into his field of vision. Gradually, He recognized 3 terrified and familiar faces behind the car window. "Damn it!" Anduin muttered under his breath, realizing that the twins must have caused trouble again. "Leona, slow down," he shouted at the sailboat below him. Without wasting a moment, he leaped off the deck, donned his flying cloak midair, and rushed towards the car. As soon as the occupants of the car spotted Anduin, they seemed to see a savior. George, barely managing to control the car's course, steered it towards the spaceship. "Brother, help! We're about to lose control of this car," he yelled frantically. With a few precise adjustments, Anduin landed on the roof of the car. "Shut up! Who gave you the guts to steal the car?" he bellowed. The 3 inside the car fell silent immediately, exchanging nervous glances. They hadn't anticipated causing such a big mess. Through his perception, Anduin quickly assessed the car's condition. It was clear that George and the others had accidentally activated the car's propulsion system, which Arthur had previously introduced to him. However, even Arthur didn't fully understand this system, making it prone to failure. Anduin had discovered this issue during a test run and had specifically warned Arthur about it. Unfortunately, the Weasley-Thack brothers, who had been eavesdropping, were interrupted by Ginny and missed the crucial information that the car was only a semi-finished product. Now, the acceleration spell stored in the car was running at full power, and the immense magic energy had nearly destroyed other spells, including the braking system. "It's so messed up. How dare you use an untested alchemy item?" Anduin cursed under his breath and began to remedy the situation. If left unchecked, the car would continue to accelerate until it either fell apart or exhausted its magic power, leading to its destruction. "Fortunately, I discovered this in time. Otherwise, something big would have happened. I'll deal with you guys later," Anduin muttered. He raised his hand, and a slender metal chain shot out from his cuff, wrapping tightly around the car. The chain emitted a faint light as it absorbed the car's magic power using an extended version of the spirit-bound snake spell. The extraction didn't take long. Soon, the car's speed began to decrease. Once the magic power was completely drained, the car abruptly stopped and started to plummet towards the ground. Ah! The 3 brothers inside the car initially thought they were saved when the speed decreased. However, as the car lost its magic power, even the floating functions ceased. They watched in horror as the ground rushed up to meet them and screamed in terror. Anduin, hovering above, watched the vehicle fall coldly. He wanted to teach the troublemakers a lesson. It wasn't until the car was only 100 meters from the ground that he cast a spell to control its descent, making it float in midair again. The 3 brothers were pale with fright, unable to react even when the car stopped falling. Anduin then used his magic to bring the car and its occupants back to the Leona. Meanwhile, Harry and the others on the deck were clueless about what had just transpired. They had only seen Anduin leap off the ship and then another vehicle zoom past. "Godfather, what happened? Why did you suddenly come back with a car, and this car looks familiar?" Ginny asked, running over from the other side of the deck. Anduin's face twisted in frustration. "It should look familiar," he snapped. "It's not like your idiot brothers haven't stolen your father's car and driven around before." The 3 brothers in the car ignored Anduin's scolding. They hurriedly climbed out and immediately vomited on the deck, clearly terrified by their reckless adventure. "Bastards! How dare you dirty the deck I just cleaned? Do you have a death wish?" Leona's voice was filled with fury. She was even more upset with the 3 brothers than Anduin was. Her anger manifested physically as she rushed at them, delivering a series of slaps. The Weasley brothers, already dizzy from their ordeal, began to vomit even more. Leona's anger only intensified, and her attacks grew harsher. Eventually, Anduin had to intervene to prevent her from seriously injuring them. Despite Anduin's intervention, the 3 brothers were in a sorry state. They were covered in their own vomit and sported black eyes from Leona's assault. To add insult to injury, Ginny stood nearby, laughing at their plight. She even produced a miniature video camera from somewhere and recorded the entire scene. The chaos finally subsided half an hour later. The 3 Weasley brothers, now in fresh clothes, sat dejectedly in the corner of Anduin's office. They looked up with defeated expressions at Anduin, Leona, Ginny, and the others. End of this chapter. Chapter 765. Serious. Tell me, what should I do next? Anduin's cold gaze swept over the three Weasley brothers. The disaster they had caused was too significant to be overlooked. We know we were wrong. George winced in pain, his face pleading for mercy. I'm sorry, Uncle Wilson. We weren't thinking clearly and acted recklessly. Ron, equally remorseful, added, Please forgive us, Uncle Wilson. We didn't mean any harm. Anduin's expression remained stern. Do you realize how dangerous your actions were? You could have killed yourselves. This isn't just recklessness. You stole a car, and now you must face the consequences. I'll be sending you back to the burrow to inform Molly and Arthur of your actions. The color drained from George, Fred, and Ron's faces. Fred, in a panic, pleaded, Please, don't tell Mom and Dad. They'll kill us. Please, Brother Anduin. Yes, please let us go. We just wanted to go to France for a vacation. We never intended to cause such trouble. Ron's desperation was evident as he glanced at Harry and Neville for support. But Anduin's resolve didn't waver. He was genuinely furious with the three. The stolen magic car was 70% damaged, and it was sheer luck that they were unharmed. If he hadn't intervened, the situation could have been much worse. He needed to teach them a lesson to prevent future mishaps, and to ensure he could explain their actions to Molly. Uncle Wilson, maybe you could let them off this time. I'm sure they realize their mistake, Harry interjected, hoping to soften Anduin's stance. No, this must be dealt with seriously. If we let them off now, they'll only get worse in the future. Anduin knew too well how to handle such situations. He had to be firm to prevent further incidents. Seeing that even Harry's plea had no effect, Ron and the others grew more anxious. They knew their mother's temperament all too well. Not only would they be punished, but they might also be grounded until school started. In desperation, Ron looked at his sister Ginny, signaling her frantically. He knew that if anyone could sway Anduin, it would be Ginny. Ginny, unable to bear her brother's pitiful look, stepped forward and tugged at Anduin's sleeve. Godfather, there are many ways to punish them. Do you really have to send them back to the burrow? She added, If you send them back, Mom will just ground them. That would be too lenient. It would be better if you punished them yourself. Anduin could see through Ginny's attempt to help her brothers, but he seriously considered her suggestion. Punish them myself? Yes, Ginny nodded earnestly. If Mom finds out about this, she'll be furious and worried sick. It's better if you handle it. Anduin turned to the three brothers. Do you accept Ginny's suggestion? We accept, they blurted out in unison. The thought of facing Molly's wrath was far more terrifying than anything Anduin could do. All right, then, Anduin agreed, but his next words wiped the relief off their faces. But this isn't a vacation. Since you've caused a mess, you need to make amends. You'll be working to pay for the damage you've caused, Anduin concluded, leading them away to explain the situation to Molly. For the rest of the trip, you will be sailors on the Leona. You will not be able to disembark at will during the entire journey, and you will be under Leona's direct jurisdiction. You must do whatever she asks of you. Understand? Hey, I like this idea. Leona grinned, then looked at the group with an unfriendly expression. Now, all of you go to the deck and clean up the mess you made. Every inch must be spotless. You have to scrub it with your own hands. No magic spells allowed. And you can't sleep until it meets my mother's standards. Immediately afterward, everyone saw Leona pull out a long whip from seemingly nowhere. She threatened and yelled at them, leading the three out of the room. The next morning, when Harry and the others woke up and had breakfast, they found Ron and the others still working hard on the deck. George, Fred, and Ron looked miserable, with thick dark circles under their eyes. They were lying on the deck, scrubbing the ground bit by bit with brushes in their hands. Ron, didn't you guys sleep all night? Neville asked in surprise. Don't mention it, Ron complained bitterly. Leona just wants to punish us. No matter how clean we make the floor, she finds faults. And after we cleaned up the vomit, that ghost woman intensified her demands. She made us clean other areas, and each place had to be scrubbed dozens of times, George added bitterly. Fred echoed. If you ask me, that woman isn't a ghost at all. She's a demon. She doesn't care about anyone's feelings. She just wants to torture us. Neville, Harry, and Hermione exchanged worried glances. It seemed they would have to be more careful on the ship and avoid provoking the captain. "What are you dawdling about?" Leona's cold voice suddenly cut through their conversation. "I think I heard someone talking bad about me just now. It seems some people don't want to rest. After waxing the deck, you'll clean the mast, the observation deck, and the cables. I want this ship to shine like a mirror from the inside out." Leona's figure emerged from below the deck, waving a soft whip in her hand like a queen commanding slaves. She shouted at Ron and the others. "What?" The three Weasley brothers, already exhausted, collapsed at her words. "What?" But Leona didn't give them a chance to argue. The whip in her hand cracked menacingly, and even Ginny and the others were too scared to interrupt. The passengers soon witnessed what real exploitation looked like. Under Leona's relentless urging, the three brothers worked continuously until noon, scrubbing every corner of the spaceship's deck until it gleamed. During this time, Leona only provided them with a bucket of bread and a few bowls of water as food. The sight of their suffering made Ginny feel compassionate towards her brothers. The only reason they were allowed to stop at noon was not because Leona showed mercy, but because they had reached their destination. Everyone gathered on the deck as Leona drew her saber and shouted commands. The spaceship, as if conscious, slowly descended under her direction. The ship emerged from the thick, dark clouds, and the ground grew closer. They landed in a classical manner, nestled in a valley, surrounded by lush trees and tall, straight mountains in the distance. Despite it being summer, the upper half of the mountains was still covered in snow. From their high vantage point, they could see a small, clear river flowing next to the manor, with plump fish playing in the water. On the ground, Azalea held 2 red light sticks, directing the landing. The most vibrant, wizarding community in Europe. As the spaceship landed, a younger girl stood beside an older, bearded man. "Wow, this place is so beautiful." A group of young wizards couldn't help but stick their heads out from the deck, breathing in the fresh air and admiring the stunning scenery around them. "This is the French stronghold that your lord specially built for Silver Flash Trading Company. It's also our summer resort, and the surrounding valley is ours," Hogg said proudly, raising his head. "When we get to the place, I'll take you into the jungle to hunt. There's a lot of delicious food there." Shaltier, standing nearby, smiled and added, "If you don't like hunting, having a picnic in the forest or going boating and swimming on the river is also a great experience. But don't mess around with the mountains in the distance. There's a group of Hungarian horntails that migrated and settled there." After hearing the introductions, the 6 young wizards couldn't help but be amazed. They hadn't expected Anduin to have such a vast estate in France. But at that moment, Anduin glanced at Ron, George, and Fred and said, "But that doesn't include the 3 of you. During our time in France, you are not to leave the boat except for meals. Stay put." "Huh?" Ron, George, and Fred pouted, exchanging glances as if plotting something mischievous. "You better not." "Oz trouble under my watch," Anduin warned, seeing through their thoughts. "If I catch you sneaking off the boat, I'll send you straight back to the burrow and let Molly know what you've been up to." Hearing Anduin's stern words, the 3 immediately abandoned their plans, while Harry and the others couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for them. Under Azalea's command, the spaceship landed smoothly on the river next to the manor. The young wizards were awestruck by the beauty of Azalea and Anise, though Sirius, standing next to the 2 women, seemed much more ordinary. He looked like a disheveled uncle, with messy hair and beard, and though his clothes were expensive, they had a rustic charm. Anduin sighed at Sirius's appearance. Although Sirius had always been a bit unkempt, he seemed particularly downcast now, perhaps still burdened by past events. "My lord, did the journey go smoothly?" Azalea called out as the boat landed. "It went well," Anduin replied casually, glancing at the 3 Weasley brothers. His trip had indeed gone smoothly. He then led the group ashore and greeted Azalea and Anas warmly. Since dealing with the Silver Spear, the Azalea sisters had become closely allied with Anduin. Given Azalea's extensive experience living in France, Anduin had entrusted her with managing the French branch of Silver Flash Trading Company. Her work had been highly effective, and the branch was running smoothly. Besides the UK and Germany, France had become one of Anduin's largest territories. As one of the three major powers in Europe, France not only had a large land area, but also a significant wizard population. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, located in France, was the most open wizarding school in Europe. Unlike Hogwarts, which only accepted British wizards, and Durmstrang, which only accepted pure-blood wizards and had a more extreme approach, Beauxbatons welcomed wizards from all backgrounds. This made France the country with the highest concentration of mobile wizards in Europe, attracting many wizards for study or travel each year. The city had almost become the cultural center for wizards. Additionally, the consumer habits of the people here were highly developed, making the French branch of Silver Flash Commercial Bank the second most profitable, only behind the British branch. The income was quite substantial. Because of this, Anduin had stationed his trusted confidant, Azalea, here and built a large stronghold. After a brief exchange and a general understanding of the current situation, Anduin and Sirius looked at each other. "What's the matter with you now? Don't you know how to greet people when you see them?" Anduin asked. "It's not like we're strangers. We've known each other for years. Besides, didn't you just visit a few months ago?" Sirius replied, shaking his head indifferently. He then looked at Anduin again. "What about that matter? Do you have any clues?" Anduin knew he was referring to Peter Pettigrew. He could only shake his head helplessly. "I haven't found anything yet, but I brought you two surprises this time. I think you'll like them." "I can't get interested in anything other than finding him," Sirius sighed in frustration. "Don't be so quick to dismiss it, Black. Look who I brought with me," Anduin said, stepping aside to reveal Harry standing behind him. Only then did Sirius notice Harry, one of the young wizards beside Anduin. Upon seeing Harry's face clearly, especially his eyes, Sirius's eyes widened in surprise. You are Harry?" "That's right. You look just like James, and your eyes are exactly like Lily's." Chapter 766, Reunion and Redemption. "I'm Harry, Harry Potter. Are you Sirius Black, my godfather?" Harry asked hesitantly, looking at the bearded man before him. This man was far from the image of Sirius he had imagined. In the photo Anduin had given him, Sirius appeared as a young, carefree man. Logically, Sirius should be in his 30s now, but the man standing before Harry looked much older, as if he were in his 50s. "Harry!" Sirius exclaimed, his expression a mix of struggle and relief. He stepped forward and grabbed Harry's shoulders. "I'm so sorry for you, and even more sorry for your parents. I'm a sinner. I'm the one who caused your family's death." Hearing Sirius mention his family and seeing the raw emotion in his eyes, Harry felt his own eyes welling up with tears. He shook his head decisively. "No, it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Peter Pettigrew and Voldemort." Do you really forgive me?" Sirius asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Ever since I learned the truth, I never blamed you for their deaths. Uncle Wilson once taught me to see the essence through the phenomenon. Your actions were out of good intentions. You didn't fail my parents. Don't blame yourself for someone else's mistakes." Harry's eyes were clear and firm as he looked at Sirius. Although it was their first meeting, he could feel the sincerity in Black's emotions. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Anduin." For Sirius, Harry's words were the best medicine. He had always felt immense pain over the indirect death of James and Lily, and he was ashamed to face his godson. Harry's rationality and firmness instantly lifted a weight off his heart. The strong man, who had endured so much, broke down in tears. Seeing Sirius cry, Harry felt a deep ache in his heart. These were some of his few remaining relatives, and they had been tortured in unimaginable ways. "All right, Black," Anduin said, stepping forward and patting Sirius on the shoulder. "Don't cry in front of the child. Things are getting better now. For Harry's sake, you need to stand strong." "I understand, but I can't help it. Thank you, Anduin, for bringing me such a wonderful surprise." Sirius wiped the tears from his face, a long-lost smile appearing. "And there's more good news. The British Ministry of Magic has publicly declared your innocence and completely overturned your case. You can now return to the UK." Anduin revealed, genuinely happy for Sirius. The delay in officially rehabilitating Sirius wasn't entirely the Ministry's fault. Overturning a case required extensive procedures, including gathering and releasing evidence to the public. Recently, the Ministry had been preoccupied with issues related to Silver Flash Trading Company and Voldemort. However, with those matters now under control, they had hastily arranged to address Sirius's case. The announcement was expected to appear in the media within the next few days. The case has been officially overturned. Sirius was taken aback. But you said there were no clues about Peter Pettigrew. How did the ministry agree to overturn the case? Since arriving in France, Sirius had spent most of his time helping out at Silver Flash Trading Company or staying secluded. Sirius had been living in this manner like an ostrich, completely unaware of the recent news from Britain. Assyria and Anais, following Anduin's orders, had kept him in the dark. Peter Pettigrew wasn't caught, but Voldemort was indeed captured by Uncle Wilson, Harry said with a smile. What? Voldemort? Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on here? It's a long story. Let's go inside and talk. It's not good to let the children stay out in the cold, Anduin suggested, leading everyone back into the manor. Once inside, Sirius finally understood the whole story after the young wizards narrated and supplemented the details. He couldn't help but sigh, amazed at the major events that had transpired in Britain, including Voldemort's capture. So, Voldemort is really dead this time? Sirius asked Anduin. I'll explain that later, Anduin replied, not wanting to reveal too much about Voldemort's fate and cause unnecessary panic. Let's focus on more immediate matters. Turning to the young wizards, Anduin continued, during your stay in France, you'll all live here. Anais will arrange rooms for you. You can move freely in the manor and surrounding areas, but remember to inform the adults when you leave the manor. Anduin then looked at Sirius. As the host, you should accompany them around. It's important to relax after a tense school year. No problem, Sirius said, his spirits lifted. He looked at Harry with a smile. I have a few rune horses in the woods. Tomorrow, I'll take you to ride them. They can fly. Not tomorrow, Anduin interrupted before the young wizards could cheer. I received a notification letter from the French Ministry of Magic. We need to take Azalea to the ministry to complete the immigration formalities. Sirius nodded. That's fine. After the ministry, I can take them to San Pedro for some fun. San Pedro? The young wizards repeated curiously. It's like Hogsmeade in England, a pure wizarding village and the most prosperous place in the French wizarding community. The French branch of Silver Flash Trading Company is also there. You'll love it. French fashion and jewelry are very famous. Sirius explained enthusiastically. Fashion? Jewelry? Ginny's eyes lit up with excitement, and she looked eagerly at Anduin. Buy whatever you want. Take Hog with you, and he'll cover the expenses, Anduin said with a smile. The young wizards cheered and screamed in delight, but Ron and his brothers looked increasingly bitter. They regretted not catching up earlier, as they now had to watch others enjoy spending money while they couldn't. That evening, everyone enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in the manor, with Anduin even cooking for them after a long absence. During this short half-day, everyone quickly became acquainted not only with Sirius, Azalea, and others, but also strengthening the bonds between the young wizards. As night fell, the young wizards went to their rooms to rest, and the Weasley brothers reluctantly returned to the Leona. Meanwhile, Sirius and Anduin gathered in the manor office. About Voldemort, are you hiding something from me? Sirius asked, having sensed something from Anduin's earlier words. Yes, Voldemort is not completely dead. This is the consensus reached by Dumbledore and me, Anduin confirmed, though he refrained from mentioning the Horcrux. So that guy is still at large? Sirius asked, not surprised but clearly worried. If that's the case, won't Harry be in danger? He's a thorn in Voldemort's side. Do you only worry about Harry? Anduin rolled his eyes, but then spoke calmly. Don't worry. I have a good estimate of Voldemort's current situation. He won't be able to cause trouble so easily. But it's too dangerous to just let him go like this, and there's Peter Pettigrew hiding in the shadows. Sirius's eyes flared with anger at the mention of Pettigrew. Nothing has happened yet, so why are you in such a hurry? Anduin noted that Sirius was gradually reverting to his reckless self after meeting Harry. While this was a good sign, it also made things a bit exasperating. We can't always be on the defensive, right? Aren't you very powerful? After all these years, haven't you invented anything to find them? Sirius frowned, his thoughts turning negative and extreme. Brother, I'm not a god, Anduin replied with a wry smile. There's no magic that can do that. At least give me some clues to work with. I have some leads on Voldemort, but Peter Pettigrew disappeared years ago. Where do you expect me to find him? Anduin's eyes suddenly lit up. But you've given me an idea. Maybe I can study this in depth. Really? Can you lock onto Voldemort and Peter's locations once the research is done? Sirius asked eagerly. How can there be such a thing? Anduin couldn't help but laugh at Sirius's naivety in alchemy. I'm talking about tracking. Maybe I can develop a special tracking device and use Voldemort to help us find Peter. Wait, what? Sirius was confused. Didn't Voldemort escape? Why would he help you find Peter? If he escapes, can't we catch him again? Anduin didn't mention the Horcrux he had. You don't understand too much. Anyway, I'll handle Voldemort and Peter, but you need to return to England with me. If Voldemort makes another move, I'll need your help to protect Harry. No problem. Sirius's enthusiasm surged at the mention of Harry. What else do I need to do? Nothing else. Spend some time with Harry and the others to relax. I'll be here for a while, and I'll take Leona with me. Just keep an eye on those kids for me. Take Leona away? Are you going to fight? Sirius looked at Anduin hesitantly, recalling past events. Is there any trouble? Do you need me and Azalea to help? Anduin shook his head lightly. Don't overthink it. Not every time Leona is dispatched, it's a war, and for battles that require both of us, you can't intervene. Don't worry. I have it under control. Okay. Sirius nodded solemnly. Anduin, you've helped me so much. Even though it feels a bit hypocritical, I still have to say thank you. Stop talking nonsense if you know it's hypocritical, Anduin replied with a smile. There's no need for so much formality between friends. Sirius shook his head self-deprecatingly and, after a moment of silence, left the room calmly. The next day, Harry, along with Azalea and Sirius, explored some of the French countryside. To Harry, the French wizards left a lasting impression of beauty. The wizards they encountered in San Pedro village wore colorful and stylish clothes, unlike the more traditional and somber attire of British wizards. In their plain wizard robes, they stood out in the bustling street. For Ginny, it was an eye-opener. The moment she arrived, she went wild, darting in and out of various clothing and jewelry stores. Harry and Neville, on the other hand, were quickly relegated to the role of porters, carrying her numerous bags. It was their first real experience of the formidable nature of women on a shopping spree. Ginny showed no inclination to save money for Anduin. She grabbed whatever caught her eye without a second thought, never bothering to ask the price, as if she had an endless supply of money. Of course, the money she was spending wasn't hers. In less than a day, Ginny had made quite a name for herself in San Pedro village. Almost all the shop owners knew her as the big spender. It wasn't long before everyone discovered that Ginny was the daughter of Anduin, the owner of Silver Flash Trading Company. This revelation changed the way people looked at her. Walking down the street, Ginny was treated like a walking vault of galleons. Shop staff couldn't help but approach her, eager to serve her and hoping she would visit their stores. End of this chapter. Chapter 767, Nick Flamel. While the young wizards were enjoying their vacation to the fullest, Anduin quietly left the manor and made his way to a coffee shop next to the Opera House on the south bank of the Seine in Paris, France. Here, Anduin met Dumbledore, who had been waiting for some time. The old man's peculiar appearance did not attract the attention of the muggles around him, likely due to some subtle magic influencing the crowd. Good afternoon. Dumbledore greeted, waving the coffee cup in front of him as Anduin walked in. You came so early. I thought I was late, Anduin remarked, noticing that Dumbledore had been in the shop for quite a while. No way. I really can't resist the delicious coffee here. This shop has been in business in Paris for more than 50 years. I suggest you try it too, Dumbledore said, putting down his cup and smacking his lips. Sounds good, but let's get down to business first. Anduin replied, Hey, young people are full of energy, unlike old men like me who only know how to enjoy themselves. Dumbledore chuckled as he stood up and patted his robes. Come on, let's go there now. Dumbledore led Anduin through the back door of the coffee shop, navigating through the alleys of the residential area until they reached a very inconspicuous dead-end alley. Nick Flamel lives in this kind of place? Anduin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had thought that the legendary alchemist would reside in some remote mountain forest. He assumed Dumbledore would apparate him after meeting at the coffee shop, but it turned out they were there purely because it was nearby. Otherwise, although Nick is living in seclusion, it doesn't mean he likes to be a hermit in the wilderness. This kind of place, located in the center of the city and quite quiet, is more hidden than the wilderness. Dumbledore explained with a smile. He then pulled out his wand and pointed it at the void, as if to convey some message. Is this the so-called Big Hermit in the city? Anduin nodded silently. No wonder people always saw Nick in places like the Opera House in literature. It seemed that Nick was not the ascetic type. Shortly after Dumbledore released the signal, the air seemed to depart, and a piece of parchment the size of a palm floated out, landing in the old man's hands. Dumbledore showed Anduin the contents of the note, which contained an address. Apparently, Nick's home was also protected by the Fidelius charm. After looking at the address, the blind alley in front of them suddenly disappeared, revealing a 3-story cottage with a rustic style. There was even a quaint yard surrounding the cottage. Such a building in the center of Paris surprised Anduin. This Mr. Flamel seemed to have a whimsical side, making his residence so out of tune with the surrounding style. "Hey, Nick, Perinal," Dumbledore greeted loudly as soon as he entered the yard, not worried that his voice would disturb the residents outside. Following his call, an old man opened the door. Nick Flamel looked very thin, with white hair that just reached his shoulders, and his skin was much paler than normal, though his complexion looked good. Although there were wrinkles on his face, they were not very pronounced. His wife, Perinal, who stood behind him, was in a similar state. She looked like a well-maintained old woman, and judging by her appearance, she must have been a beauty in her youth. "Albus, long time no see. Perinal just made a batch of honey toffee 2 days ago, and it tastes amazing," Nick said with a smile. "That would be great," Dumbledore laughed heartily. "I've always missed Perinal's craft." "Beautiful things are always better when shared," Nick laughed, then turned his attention to Anduin. "This is the Anduin you've been talking about all the time? You are truly talented. Not only are you more handsome, but your accomplishments in alchemy are even more impressive. You might surpass me in a short time," Nick Flamel said with a warm smile. "You're too kind," Anduin replied modestly, bowing slightly. "Mr. Flamel, you are a legend in the hearts of all alchemists. How could I dare compare myself to you?" Anduin had mixed feelings about Nicholas Flamel. He admired and respected the legendary alchemist, but he also harbored a secret fear. According to the information he had gathered, this old man might have a vague connection to the plague that occurred hundreds of years ago. Anduin was still uncertain about Flamel's true intentions. Nick, however, remained calm in the face of Anduin's modesty. "You don't need to belittle yourself," he said, shaking his head with a smile. "You know I am a loyal customer of Silver Flash Trading Company, and many of your works make me, an old antique, feel very intrigued. By the way, what is this magic net mentioned in the newspapers? When will it be available in France? I can't wait." "All right, enough with the compliments," Perinal interjected with a smile, waving at the two men. "Let's chat inside instead of standing around." "Yes, yes!" Nick chuckled. "I apologize. I tend to ramble as I get older. If it weren't for Perinal's reminder, I would have forgotten to properly greet our guests." The Flamel couple opened the door and led Anduin and Dumbledore inside. Anduin noticed that the house was quite ordinary, without any magical expansions. Even his perception confirmed that there were no extra protective spells, and the most basic flu network was not connected. "Come in and sit down," Nick said, gesturing to the small living room. "Perinal and I prefer a simple environment, so the place isn't big, but it's cozy." The living room, though small, was warmly decorated and exuded a strong sense of homeliness. After they sat down, Nick began chatting with Dumbledore about their daily lives. They reminisced about the past and shared their recent experiences, revealing the sincerity of their friendship. Nick showed great curiosity about Anduin. He frequently took out products he had purchased from Silver Flash Trading Company and discussed alchemy with Anduin. Nick was generous with his praise, especially when discussing the uniqueness of the items. Through their conversation, Anduin realized that Nick's alchemical skills were indeed extraordinary. Techniques that had taken Anduin years to master seemed like second nature to Nick. From craftsmanship to technology, Nick's expertise was at its peak, allowing Anduin to absorb valuable insights from their discussion. These included the history of various runes and spells, rare combinations, and unique techniques for creating alchemical items. On this children's mirror, you use the rare soul-tracing rune to peer into a wizard's soul and view past images. From a creative standpoint, it is truly a masterpiece, Nick praised. And you sell this item for only 5 galleons. It must be even cheaper in the UK. At such a low price, the spells inscribed in each children's mirror are identical. I can't fathom how that's possible. After admiring the item, Nick shook his head. Unfortunately, the soul-tracing rune on this children's mirror is incomplete. But it's understandable. The creator of this spell, Morgan Le Fay, was a contemporary of Merlin. It's incredibly difficult to pass on the spell in its entirety. Nick then looked at Anduin with a smile. You're in luck. I happen to have the complete charm of soul-tracing here. I'll give it to you as a gift. Really? Anduin's eyes lit up with joy. He hadn't expected to gain so much from this visit. Nick, soul tracing is an incomplete spell that Anduin discovered in an ancient book during his travels. Its full capabilities remain unknown. After extensive research, Anduin has only managed to develop 2 basic functions, observing the soul and reconstructing appearances through the soul. The technique he used to observe Voldemort's soul was derived from soul tracing. However, beyond these functions, the incomplete spell offers no additional benefits. Due to its complex structure, the chances of fully restoring it are extremely slim. Consequently, Anduin views soul tracing as somewhat useless. He created a toy-like children's mirror from it, but the income generated couldn't compensate for the time he invested. To Anduin's surprise, Nick possesses a complete version of the soul tracing spell. This revelation is incredibly exciting for him, especially since Nick is willing to share it. Given the rarity of this spell, it is as valuable as an original rune. Naturally, this kind of dead thing doesn't hold any significance for me now. I'm also eager to see what amazing works you can create with it, Nick said with a hearty laugh, as if it were a mere trinket. Thank you so much, Anduin replied sincerely. Then, as if remembering something, he took out the wooden box containing the Philosopher's Stone. I'm sorry, I was so engrossed in our conversation that I forgot to return this treasure to its rightful owner. Ah, the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't return it so soon. The elixir of life can be used for a long time, Nick said, opening the wooden box and glancing at it casually. He then looked at Anduin curiously. You must have studied the Philosopher's Stone for a long time. Did you gain any special insights from it? This is indeed a treasure of alchemy, Anduin admitted, not hiding his admiration for the Philosopher's Stone. With its near-infinite magical power and extremely pure life energy, owning it is equivalent to mastering infinite possibilities. You even research life energy? What an extraordinary young man, Nick remarked, turning to his wife. When I was Anduin's age, I couldn't even engrave runes properly. What a fool I was. Perina looked at her husband, then fixed her eyes on the Philosopher's Stone, a smile forming on her calm face. You said the same thing when you met Albus. Now you're praising others in front of them. That's not very polite. Nick laughed heartily. Ha ha. Young people surpassing the older generation is a sign of progress in the wizarding world. I think Albus would agree. That's right, Dumbledore nodded in agreement. As educators, it would be our failure if the younger generation didn't surpass us. But even so, what Anduin has achieved is beyond my expectations, which is why I often mention him to you. You must help guide him. Dumbledore's words were clear. He hoped Nick Flamel would mentor Anduin. I trust your judgment, Nick nodded at Dumbledore, then turned his attention back to Anduin. The Philosopher's Stone is indeed a treasure. Have you ever thought of becoming its owner? Its current owner is you, Anduin replied calmly. To me, the Philosopher's Stone's research value is more important. Research value? That's exactly how I felt back then, Nick muttered to himself, staring intently into Anduin's eyes as if searching for something. It seems you are more clear-headed than I thought, and your willpower is remarkably strong. No wonder you've achieved so much, Nick said, nodding in satisfaction. But since you mentioned research value, what do you find most fascinating about the Philosopher's Stone? Anduin met Nick's gaze and replied softly, as if hinting at something deeper. That's naturally. The way to make the Philosopher's Stone, I hope it's not what I imagined, Anduin said, his voice tinged with concern. Nick and Perenelle exchanged a quick, knowing glance before Perenelle turned to Dumbledore with a warm smile. Albus, why don't you join me in the kitchen? I've just prepared some new desserts, and I'd love to get your expert opinion on them. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. Try dessert? Is it necessary to go to the kitchen for that? Why not bring it out here so we can all enjoy it together? Despite his confusion, Dumbledore noticed that Nick seemed to want a private word with Anduin. Understanding the unspoken request, he nodded and followed Perenelle out of the living room. Once they were alone, Nick turned his attention back to Anduin. It seems you already have some ideas about the method of making the Philosopher's Stone. Would you care to share them with me? Anduin, having noted Perenelle's deliberate move to dismiss Dumbledore, felt a sense of foreboding. He fixed his gaze on Nick, his expression serious. The Black Death, he murmured. End of this chapter. Chapter 768, Stolen, Seeking Monthly Ticket Recommendation. When the word Black Death came out of Anduin's mouth, Nick raised his eyebrows in surprise, then showed a clear expression. Why? Nick continued to ask after a moment of silence. Why do you think the Philosopher's Stone is related to the Black Death? Because the Philosopher's Stone is powerful enough. It is a power beyond ordinary people's cognition. Anduin had been staring at Nick intently, as if he wanted to see something in the other's eyes. Of course, he did not use legilimency. Using spiritual magic on a wizard who has lived for hundreds of years is simply self-inflicted shame. At the same time, due to a certain coincidence, I happened to learn some knowledge about life formation, and from the Philosopher's Stone, I can clearly recognize that trace. And to make a treasure like the Philosopher's Stone, the life required must be an astronomical figure. Your wisdom is eye-opening, Anduin. Nick nodded in admiration, then straightened his face immediately. Yes, I can tell you clearly that the Philosopher's Stone is indeed related to the formation of life. So you are admitting that the Philosopher's Stone is the chief culprit of the Black Death epidemic? Anduin said this with a serious face. He could see that Nick was not lying to him, or did not intend to lie to him. If Nick did not answer Anduin directly, if the answer is as you think, what are you going to do? You must know that hundreds of years have passed since the 15th century. Are you going to avenge the people of that time? I do not know, Anduin said frankly, and at the same time, a dangerous light gradually emerged in his eyes. But this at least proves that the person who caused such a tragedy is not trustworthy, and even letting him exist is a huge threat in itself. The lessons in history tell me that it is difficult for a person's evil to dissipate with the passage of time, especially for a person who has no bottom line to slaughter millions of people for his own self-interest. So, just for the sake of your own safety, sometimes you have to use some extreme measures to eliminate the danger hidden in the dark. Nick listened to Anduin's faintly threatening words with indifference, then raised his hand and pointed upwards, looking at him with a teasing face. Do you mean the ship hidden in the sky by your so-called extreme means? Or do you mean yourself? With all due respect, the means you have shown so far do not make me feel threatened. Anduin sneered when he heard the words. He was not surprised that Nick could find Leona lurking in the sky, but if the other party thinks that what he perceives is all, then he is underestimating him. One must know that Anduin devoted 80% of his alchemy talent to combat. Even if the opponent is a legendary wizard, he is confident that he is not incapable of fighting. Even if he cannot win, at least he can retreat completely. Whether my means can threaten you or not, you can only know if you try it yourself. Why? Do you have such an idea? After Anduin uttered these gunpowder-flavored words, he stared at Nick Flamel coldly. At the same time, the other party also looked at him without blinking. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room dropped to freezing point, and the surrounding air was almost frozen. Both of them were tense, as if they would suddenly explode in the next moment. Hey! Just when Anduin thought that today could not end well, Nick on the opposite side suddenly relaxed, and he didn't look as tense as before. It seems that what Albus said is right. You are indeed a young man with a sense of justice, and you are not afraid of power. You even dare to confront an old monster like me. It's really amazing. After finishing speaking, Nick waved his hand at Anduin. Don't be so nervous, Anduin. I'm not your enemy, and the matter with the Philosopher's Stone is not what you think. You imagined it, Anduin said, seeing Nick's sudden change in attitude. He was a bit surprised, thinking Nick's thrower, Kay, was going to fight to the death just moments ago. As for Nick's words, Anduin naturally didn't believe them all. It could be a ploy to delay the attack or deceive him. However, during their previous confrontation, Anduin felt that Nick wasn't lying. Judging from his past interactions and his relationship with Dumbledore, Nick didn't seem like the kind of person who would treat life as insignificant. Is there something else tricky about the Sorcerer's Stone? Does it actually have nothing to do with the Black Death? Or is there something hidden in it? Anduin wondered, still on guard. He asked, "Oh, you mean the appearance of the Philosopher's Stone has nothing to do with the Black Death?" "No." Nick shook his head lightly. "Your sense of smell is very keen. The Sorcerer's Stone was indeed formed during the plague that year." "Then what do you mean by saying things are different from what I imagined? Could it be that you didn't create the Philosopher's Stone?" Anduin guessed. "Yes and no," Nick sighed. "Although this matter is a bit difficult to explain, I don't want to deceive you. The Philosopher's Stone is not actually my work." "What?" Nick's answer was far beyond Anduin's expectations. All the documents and materials indicated that the Philosopher's Stone came from Nick, and no one had ever refuted it in history. "It's a long story, Anduin. You must think that since the Philosopher's Stone is in my hands, it must be my work. In fact, it's the opposite. I actually snatched the Philosopher's Stone," Nick admitted frankly. "Stolen?" Anduin looked at him in astonishment. "How is that possible? Who else in this world could make such a treasure besides you?" "Ha, don't be so result-oriented, Anduin," Nick laughed at himself. "You really think too highly of me and the Sorcerer's Stone. Think about it. When the Black Death broke out in Europe more than 500 years ago, I was only a little over 100 years old. Could I have researched the method of making the Philosopher's Stone from scratch at that time? Or let's put it this way. If you don't understand the technology of life refining, could you complete the research and development and successfully make the Philosopher's Stone within 100 years? This. Anduin shook his head in surprise. He had to admit that he really couldn't do it. Even after understanding the life-refining technique, he might not be able to achieve it. Creating a treasure like the Sorcerer's Stone is not as simple as it seems. This is the first of its kind, with no predecessor to imitate or simulate. If he were to undertake the work, it would take a lot of effort to create the blueprints for the Sorcerer's Stone. He would need to accumulate a vast amount of knowledge about blood magic and spells. Then, he would have to propose the idea, conduct numerous experiments and tests, and confirm that the idea of making the Philosopher's Stone was feasible before finalizing the draft. This process alone could take dozens or even hundreds of years if one were unlucky. Because the purpose of making the Philosopher's Stone is to achieve immortality, testing this result requires sufficient time to verify it on test subjects. Thinking of this, Anduin immediately recalled the snake slough potion formula he got from the Silver Spear Club. To be honest, it was very similar to the early works produced during the development of the Philosopher's Stone. Maybe the snake slough potion was spread out just for experimentation. And even if you get the final blueprint for making the Sorcerer's Stone, it doesn't mean the work is done. Life refining requires the sacrifice of many lives, and killing people, especially harvesting. Human lives on a large scale are actually not as simple as imagined. Therefore, developing a virus that is highly contagious and has a high lethality rate is necessary. Achieving this goal could take decades of work. Similarly, the preparatory work for creating the Sorcerer's Stone might take 100 or 200 years. At Nick Flamel's age at the time, even if he dedicated all his RGY to it, he would have to wait 200 years or more. This achievement was realized after he turned 300. However, Nick Flamel was a well-known alchemist in his early years and had a formal job. How could he have had so much time to study life formation and viruses? In fact, if you look at it from the perspective of the time, the appearance of the Sorcerer's Stone was quite abrupt, like a chicken laying an egg. Suddenly, one day, Nick claimed that he had made the Sorcerer's Stone. It wasn't until this moment that Anduin realized he had fallen into a misunderstanding. He had preconceived that Nick, who was more than 600 years old and a legendary alchemist, must be the maker of the Sorcerer's Stone. But after understanding the essence of the Sorcerer's Stone and thinking about it from another angle, how could Nick Flamel, who was only 100 years old, create such an amazing treasure? It's as if Dumbledore told him one day that he made a Sorcerer's Stone. He would definitely not believe it, and would even think that the other party stole it from somewhere. I see. Anduin nodded affirmatively after thinking for a while. The Sorcerer's Stone is indeed not a treasure that can be obtained in a short while. Yes, back then, I didn't have the talent you have, and alchemy at that time was not as ubiquitous as it is now. Although I didn't want to admit it, I didn't even understand the basics of the Philosopher's Stone. I haven't fully grasped the mysteries of the Sorcerer's Stone, Nick smiled wryly. Then who is the person who made the Philosopher's Stone? Why do you say that you snatched it? Even though he cleared up the misunderstanding, Anduin was still full of doubts. Hearing this, Nick said solemnly, "You must have heard of that person's name, but you must not have imagined it. He is the despicable Hirebo." Hellbow? Is this guy from 2,000 years ago? He hasn't died after so long? Anduin's eyes widened in surprise. The answer was indeed somewhat unexpected. The dastardly Hellbow is an ancient figure who existed before 100 AD and became history's first dark wizard for his many heinous acts. He was also the first wizard to successfully create a Horcrux and possibly the first to invent how to make it. Additionally, he invented a lot of black magic and was the first to hatch a high-risk magical creature like the Basilisk. After Anduin recovered from the shock, Nick continued, "Since you know how to make life, you should also know about Horcruxes. But Horcruxes don't seem to be able to truly achieve immortality, right? Even Horcruxes will go extinct after 1,000 years. Anduin is no stranger to Horcruxes, and he even has one on him right now. Yes, Hirebo also discovered the disadvantages of the Horcrux back then. He regretted it after splitting his soul for the first time, so he finally chose to reunite the soul. Ah, is it possible to do this kind of thing? This is too unbelievable. And how did he live so long with his soul united?" Anduin's expression was one of disbelief, which was beyond his comprehension. God knows how difficult it is to reintegrate split souls. Not to mention, no one has done it in history, and only a few wizards have even tried it. Anduin himself knows that there is only one magic that can unite souls, and that is the 3 cleansing curse. But that magic does not actually split the soul completely. It should be described as differentiation, which is more reasonable, and the process of reintegration can also be seen as the return of the divided soul. But to make a Horcrux, the soul is truly divided. In reality, it is even more difficult to recover a divided stone, let alone a divided soul. To be honest, I didn't believe it before I met him. Normally, attempting such a thing would be a dead end, but Hirebo seems to have found a way, Nick chuckled, recalling his shock upon learning that Hirebo was still alive. As for how he managed to achieve immortality, I didn't know at first. Later I guessed that Hirebo probably created a Horcrux by splitting his soul. When the state of the Horcrux declined, he would reunite the soul and then split it again to make a new Horcrux, thereby extending his life. "Are you sure that if he does this, there won't be any mental problems?" Anduin asked, skeptical of the explanation. The idea of uniting and then separating souls seemed outrageous. If they are separated, do you consider it a marriage? Reminiscing, Nick shook his head and smiled. Don't tell me, Hirebo at that time seemed to be mentally unstable. I think he decided to make the Sorcerer's Stone because he couldn't bear the torture any longer. Of course, thanks to Hirebo's insanity, I found a chance to snatch the Philosopher's Stone. So, the Black Death plague that ravaged Europe was also caused by Hirebo? Although everything Nick said sounded unbelievable, it finally connected the clues that Anduin had obtained before. Suddenly realizing something, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You don't mean to say that High Airbow is still alive?" End of this chapter. Chapter 769, The Origin of the Holy See. "It's not impossible," Nick said calmly, fiddling with his shoulder-length hair. "No, I'm almost sure that High Airbow won't die just like that." "What happened back then? Can you tell me in detail?" Anduin asked, still curious about High Airbow. A dark wizard who had lived for 2,000 years could cause far more damage than the Silver Spear or even the Rune Snake if he reappeared. The situation back then was very complicated, and there are many details I haven't fully understood yet. Nick pondered for a moment, then began to recount the past. In the Middle Ages, the wizarding world lacked communication between communities, and the major magical disciplines were not as diverse as they are now. Many communities didn't even have the concept of a country or a collective. Institutions like the Ministry of Magic hadn't appeared yet, and a large number of wizards lived scattered around the world. Many times, even wizarding schools were not the first choice for wizards. They preferred to instruct their children themselves. Fortunately, there were a lot of exchanges between cutting-edge scholars from all over Europe at that time. I stayed in Cairo all year round, studying and communicating with other alchemists. For this reason, we established an organization dedicated to the research and development of alchemy. That was the predecessor of the International Alchemy Research Center. At that time, we called it the Alchemy Society, and I was the president of the first Alchemy Society. Anduin didn't understand why Nick was talking about these seemingly irrelevant things, but he didn't interrupt out of politeness. He was also very interested in these historical details that had never been recorded, at least not in any history he knew. The Society of Alchemists, the predecessor of the International Center for Alchemical Research, was new to him. Then, a sudden plague swept across several Muggle countries and even spread to Egypt, Nick continued. At first, the disasters in the Muggle world didn't affect the lives of wizards, and most wizards were indifferent to the sufferings of Muggles. Unfortunately, although I felt pity for the Muggles at that time, I didn't have the idea of intervening. But as the plague spread, witch hunts appeared in various countries in Europe. They believed that the plague was the work of evil creatures like wizards. Although we scoffed at this at the time, judging from the results, those Muggle guesses were right. During the years when the witch hunt was popular, those Muggles started to trace a large number of first wizards. Although most of the people they caught were not real wizards, many wizards still suffered. Nick seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, lowering his head and sighing softly. With the abilities of wizards, those Muggles should have been no match, right? Anduin asked, puzzled. A simple Muggle repelling spell could keep them from being harassed. Yes, for most wizards, those Muggles were like headless flies scurrying around. Many wizards were even caught on purpose, just to watch how the Muggles couldn't burn them, for fun. Nick chuckled, then shook his head. But that's only for some wizards. Do you remember the background I just mentioned? The communication between wizards was not as frequent as it is now. Therefore, the abilities of wizards were also uneven. Some wizards were serious, and some wizards might only know less than 10 spells. So, facing hordes of Muggle soldiers, they were not much stronger than ordinary people. Besides, it wasn't just Muggles who hunted wizards back then. Nick paused, revealing an astonishing secret. The organization that led the witch hunts back then included the Holy See. The Holy See? Anduin echoed, his eyes widening in surprise. Those special wizards who learned sacred magic? Anduin responded smoothly. What holy magic? What special wizards? Nick scoffed, curling his lips contemptuously. They are just a bunch of idiots blinded by power. I'm afraid you don't know the origin of the Holy See. After the conflict that year, both of us hit it very deeply and even deliberately made the latecomers forget that past. Anduin shook his head frankly. He really didn't know much about the close relationship between the Holy See and ordinary wizards. He only knew that the relationship between the two parties seemed to be very bad, basically non-interfering with each other. Speaking of which, the origin of the Holy See has a little something to do with High Airbow. Before Hirebo developed a Horcrux 2,000 years ago, he often captured Muggles as experiments to study magic. At that time, he had already started researching plague magic and spread the plague among Muggles to test its effects. And the most notorious plague created by Hirebo at that time was a modified leprosy. This virus spread rapidly in the Muggle world. Although the degree of harm was not as serious as the Black Death, it still caused significant suffering among the Muggles. Just as those Muggles were being tortured, a group of well-intentioned wandering wizards appeared, and their leader was called Jesus by those Muggles. Anduin was slightly taken aback. Ah? Are the gods worshipped by the Muggle world actually wizards? But after he thought about it carefully, he found that there was nothing strange about it. It would be quite reasonable to interpret those supernatural stories in the Bible as magic. To be honest, the appearance of the wizard Jesus was indeed out of good intentions at the beginning, and he was indeed a man full of great love. Nick also showed enough respect for the wizard, who was regarded as a god by Muggles. You must know that in those days, Muggles were no different from lower creatures in the eyes of wizards. They were ignorant, stupid, and most of them couldn't even read. However, Jesus treated them equally, and his magical talent was also very strong. He developed a magic that could condense a large amount of positive energy, which is what we now call holy light magic. Jesus and his companions used this magic to cure the plague for those Muggles, and even guided those Muggles with magical talents to the path of wizards. He let those Muggle-born wizards, as his own disciples, use the magic they learned to benefit more Muggles. Nick couldn't help but admire this senior. In that era, for someone to have such an open mind was truly amazing. As for what happened next, you must have guessed that Jesus' good deeds and incomprehensible abilities made him worshipped by Muggles as a god. However, Jesus was a free-spirited wizard and didn't want to stay in Muggle society forever. So he found an excuse to feign death and escaped. I'm afraid no one knows what happened to Jesus later. Of course, if the story ended here, there would be nothing about the Holy See. Although Jesus left the Muggle world without any worries, he didn't know how much trouble he left behind. Nick's expression showed disgust again. Trouble? Do you mean the Holy See? Anduin muttered. Yes, since Jesus ran away after doing good things, how did the Holy See appear? The problem lies with those disciples of Jesus, Nick sighed. You should be aware that occasionally there will be some people with wizarding talents in the Muggle community. If these talents are not developed or even not known at all, their lives are no different from ordinary Muggles. And individual Muggles who know they have magical talent and actively suppress and hate this power will easily become silent. So in our time, obscurity was more common than it is now, and their appearance would always cause a lot of damage. This is why most Muggles loathe and even fear wizards, Nick began. While Jesus was walking among Muggles, to prevent these talented individuals from causing trouble, he took the initiative to guide them in mastering their talents. In the end, he trained a total of 12 disciples, 12 Muggle wizards. These 12 Muggle-born disciples had never had contact with the wizarding world, nor had they interacted with any wizards other than Jesus. They were uneducated. Before becoming wizards, they were just ordinary farmers, carpenters, and butchers. From the very beginning, they didn't recognize their identity as wizards and even truly regarded their teacher, Jesus, as a god. This kind of self-deception led them to gradually expand their influence after Jesus left. They founded the church to enjoy power and fabricated the Bible to deceive the world. The first pope was the chief disciple, Peter, whom the Muggles called Saint Peter. You see, the Muggles at that time were quite ignorant. Their blind worship and offerings allowed these disciples to gather a large number of believers, wealth, and power in a short period. However, not all disciples lost their minds. I know of a wizard named Judas who was very dissatisfied with the actions of the other disciples. Judas preferred to live as a wizard rather than a spokesman for God. He believed that the behavior of the other disciples, in the name of Jesus, tarnished their teacher's reputation. When Judas was about to reveal to the world the true identities of Jesus and his disciples as wizards, the remaining 11 disciples teamed up to kill him. What's even more embarrassing is that after they got rid of Judas, they turned him into a traitor in the Bible, claiming he betrayed Jesus for a bribe of 30 silver coins. It's truly ridiculous. Nick sneered, his expression full of sarcasm. Anduin was dumbfounded. What? Does that mean the stories in the Bible are all false? Judas, who betrayed Jesus, was actually the loyal one, and the other 11 disciples were the traitors. This is too ironic. What kind of dark fairy tale is this? So, Nick continued, staring earnestly at Anduin, from the very beginning, the Holy See has never been with us. They have never identified themselves as wizards, and the wizarding world regards them as heretics and abnormal minds, neurotics. Since the establishment of the Holy See, it has begun to screen people with magical talents from muggles, brainwashing and training them to become believers or Templars to serve the Church. This even indirectly led to a growing gap between wizards and muggles. Before that, the discrimination against muggle wizards by pure-blood wizards was not so serious. However, the Holy See's continuous absorption of muggle wizards greatly squeezed the living space of normal wizards, intensifying the hostility and hatred between the two sides. Later, many wizards discovered that the gap between the Holy See and them was gradually narrowing, and the Holy See even began to surpass the wizarding world in strength. Muggles are numerous, and with the unified leadership of the Holy See, their power became more concentrated, while wizards were used to a free and undisciplined life. From 2,000 years ago to 1,000 years ago, wizards were suppressed and even persecuted by the Holy See. They claimed to be God's chosen people, but actually discriminated against other wizards. Eventually, some far-sighted wizards realized this couldn't continue, leading to the establishment of magic schools across Europe. Nick revealed another significant piece of information. Could it be that magic schools were established because of the Holy See? Anduin was shocked. Wasn't it to avoid the persecution of muggles? Anduin suddenly realized the truth. The wizards in the Holy See, Anduin never thought of himself as a wizard, so being persecuted by them felt equivalent to being persecuted by muggles. In fact, those persecutions might have been led by the Holy See. With this realization, Anduin's thoughts suddenly brightened. The pioneers of wizardry, thousands of years ago, were suppressed by the Holy See and realized that their power came from muggle wizards. This led to the establishment of magic schools. On one hand, these schools could avoid the harassment of the Holy See, and on the other, they could actively absorb muggles with magical talents, guiding them to become wizards instead of believers. Essentially, magic schools were robbing the Holy See, weakening its strength by drawing talent away from it. No wonder the founders of Hogwarts were willing to accept muggle-born wizards. It was a strategic move to undermine the Holy See, an institution they already despised. Anduin then considered Salazar Slytherin's vehement rejection of muggle students. It seemed justifiable. Before he entered Hogwarts, Slytherin likely had many conflicts with the Holy See. He probably hated those muggles who were devout followers of the Church, not all muggle students. At that time, almost everyone believed in Christ, and even young children were deeply influenced by the Church. Seeing a group of muggle students with crosses around their necks at the beginning of school must have been quite shocking for him. Perhaps Slytherin didn't initially believe that the magic school could make those muggle students abandon their beliefs. However, looking back, the strategy of the magic school was undoubtedly successful. End of this chapter. Chapter 770, Horror. It seems that you have also realized the crux of the problem, Nick said, noticing the change in Anduin's expression. He smiled leisurely and continued. Yes, the establishment of the magic school was essentially to fight against the Holy See. Initially, it was led by individual pioneers and later supported by more wizard families. The relationship between wizards and muggles became complicated due to the Holy See's intervention. On one hand, the Holy See continued to guide believers to hate the wizarding community. On the other hand, while wizards endured the suppression from the Holy See and muggles, they also had to absorb talented individuals from them and teach them to become wizards. This awkward coexistence caused wizards in different regions to have varying attitudes towards muggles and muggle-born wizards, which even affected magic schools. You must know that the earliest Durmstrang school of witchcraft and wizardry also accepted Muggle students. Unfortunately, after the decline of the Holy See, they started a blood rivalry. In fact, the current atmosphere of the Nordic wizarding world is very similar to the scene back then. After recounting these past events, Nick sighed softly. I'm sorry for making you listen to me ramble for so long. It's inevitable that older people talk too much. You're joking. I should actually thank you for allowing me to understand this world more deeply. I didn't expect that there are so many truths hidden in the dusty history. Anduin nodded slightly, signaling his appreciation to the old man in front of him. Although these truths can be told in a few words, there is actually a lot of blood and hatred hidden in them. The wizarding world and the Holy See have a tacit understanding to hide that period of history. Even the Wizarding International and most countries' ministries of magic have no corresponding information. No one wants to see the conflict break out again, so I also hope that you don't spread what you heard from me. This is very important. Nick looked at Anduin with a sincere expression. Please don't worry. I'm not the kind of talkative person, and I know very well that peace is rare. Anduin nodded immediately without hesitation. In fact, even if he told the history he just heard, no one might believe it. Good, Nick nodded in satisfaction. Let's talk about the witch hunt led by the Holy See back then. Since the Black Death was a plague that specifically targeted Muggles and spread extremely fast, it attracted the attention of the Holy See. From the very beginning, they suspected that this was a means of wizards. They even believed that this was a signal that the wizarding world launched a war against the Muggle world. The purpose was to reduce the Muggle population significantly, thereby suppressing their development. The Muggle world is the foundation of the Holy See, so how could they just sit idly by? Nick snorted coldly. So at that time, the Holy See incited the people and launched a large-scale witch hunt, sending a large number of church personnel to assist Muggles in tracking and hunting wizards. Such behavior quickly attracted the attention of the Alchemy Society. Although we were only a group established to study alchemy at the time, most of the members were well-known wizards from various countries. When the news came from Europe, it immediately caused panic. Most of us thought that the Holy See wanted to take the opportunity to start another war against the wizarding world. Because the magic schools had gradually achieved results at that time, the number of Muggle-born wizards absorbed by the Holy See was slowing down, which also caused their power to gradually shrink. So the Holy See's motivation to launch the witch hunt was sufficient to prepare for the start of the war. Most people also held this view, including me at that time. You don't know how amazing the scene was. Nick's eyebrows furrowed as he recalled the past, rising and falling as if recalling some unforgettable memories. Hundreds of owls come and go from Egypt every day, and the letters contacting families and schools are filled with words like mobilization, troops, support, Holy See, and cleansing. It can be said that we almost ignited a war that could have swept across Europe. Nick continued, his voice steady. Fortunately, we didn't completely lose our minds. Just when a group of wizards were ready to rush to Europe's aid and officially start a war with the Holy See, Perennial I and several respected veterans of the Alchemy Society decided to make a final effort before the situation deteriorated completely. Nick's expression hardened at this point. We planned to contact the high-level officials of the Holy See directly and negotiate with them one last time. The original intention of that negotiation was not entirely for peace. On one hand, we wanted to find out the specific reasons for this dispute and see if there was any misunderstanding. It would be best if we could calm things down. But if the Holy See insisted on going its own way, we were also prepared to take the opportunity to explore the reality of the Holy See when war became unavoidable. We even made a plan to launch an attack on the spot and assassinate the top church leaders during the negotiation. When Nick revealed their plan to rush into the Vatican to assassinate the Pope, his expression was surprisingly calm, as if he were discussing something as mundane as killing a chicken. But Anduin could still sense the gravity of the situation and the dangers Nick and the others faced from his words. At the same time, Anduin realized that his initial suspicions were too superficial. How could such a significant event not attract the attention of all parties? Of course, this might also have something to do with how well the wizarding world had hidden that period of history. If Nick hadn't said anything, who would have thought that a European war almost broke out that year? Moreover, both sides of the war were European wizards and the Holy See, which did not recognize their status as wizards. Reflecting on it, Anduin couldn't help but admire. It seems that the war was finally stopped by you, wasn't it? No matter what the original intention was, at least the result was good. You don't need to comfort me, Anduin, Nick grinned. Actually, the wizarding world and the Holy See did not go to war at all back then. Apart from the misunderstanding between us and the Holy See, there were deeper considerations. Neither we nor the Holy See could bear the consequences of defeat. At that time, wizards were basically gathered in family units, accompanied by a large number of wild wizards. Generally speaking, we were like a pan of loose sand. It was really difficult to work together in a fight, and the situation of the Holy See was not good either. They were able to select fewer and fewer wizards from the people. At the same time, the Renaissance movement in Europe continued to undermine the Church's control over the secular world. In addition, the plague was prevalent, weakening the foundations of the Holy See in the Muggle world. If a real war had broken out, both sides would have suffered devastating losses. And this is actually the crux of the matter. After all, the plague was just a pretext. If one of the parties had the confidence, even knowing that the origin of the Black Death came from Hirebo, they would not have stopped the war. But no matter what the purpose was, after the mission of wizards led by me visited the Holy See, the two sides finally cleared up the misunderstanding and reached a consensus. We in the Holy See decided to join forces temporarily to find the cause of the Black Death. In the research reports shared by both parties, we all determined that this plague was unusual and that there must be wizards behind it. To this end, the Holy See dispatched a team of 30 Templar Knights, 2 cardinals, and 4 archbishops, Nick concluded, his voice filled with the weight of history. Together with 20 elite wizards from major European families under my leadership, he formed a search team to study and trace the origin of the plague, Nick began. He did not elaborate on the agreement they reached with the Holy See at that time, presumably because the content needed to be kept more secret than the history itself. So you finally joined hands with the Holy See to find Hirebo? Anduin asked, surprised that the two sides, who had been at odds just moments before, would form an alliance so quickly. Yes, Nick nodded. There was no other way. Neither of us could have absolute trust in the other, let alone hand over the responsibility to one party alone. Understandable, Anduin nodded slightly. Then, how did you determine that the culprit was Hirebo? This process must not have been easy. It wasn't easy at all. We almost lost the entire team, Nick said, his expression gradually turning somber. In the beginning, the progress of the search team was slow, mainly because a lot of time was wasted trying to pinpoint the source. We spent more than a year traveling through various countries and cities where the plague had broken out, trying to find clues of magical intervention, he continued. But the results were very frustrating. Even though we locked down several areas where the plague first appeared and detected a faint magical presence, the culprit hid himself very well, leaving no trace for us to track. There was a deadlock in the search team because of this, and then there were differences within the team. Some people thought that more resources needed to be deployed for the tracking. Some suspected there was an insider in the team allowing the target to escape easily, and some believed the task was impossible and even considered giving up. Initially, it was just us and the Holy See arguing, but later, there were different voices within our respective camps. It was really chaotic at the time. Nick sighed helplessly, then smiled lightly. But that period of life was also very fulfilling. Can you believe it? I actually became good friends with those bishops. Seeing that Nick was starting to stray again, Anduin couldn't help but remind him. Then, how did you finally lock on to Hirebo? Sorry, Nick quickly returned to the topic. The reason we were able to find Hirebo was because we finally determined our approach. After identifying a large number of places where the Black Death originated, members of the Alchemy Society discovered from the map that there seemed to be a special connection between these places, he explained. Especially after connecting those locations together, we got a complex spell pattern, which turned out to be a ritual spell related to the cultivation of life. After confirming this clue, everyone immediately focused. After repeated research, several alchemists in the team, and I finally pinpointed the magic gathering point of the spell, Nick said, his eyes gradually hardening. And that was where High Herbo was refining the Sorcerer's Stone. When we arrived at the target location, we found that it had been forged into a solid fortress, filled with various curses and traps. We lost several Templar knights just to meet High Herbo, he continued. It was clear that this plague was premeditated by High Herbo, who knows how many years he had been preparing for it. As he recounted the story, the haze on Nick's face never dissipated. Then you started fighting with High Herbo? What does he look like? What are his abilities? Anduin asked, already preparing to collect information about this enemy who might still be alive. It's hard for me to describe his appearance to you, Nick said, his face grim as if he didn't want to recall that period of the past. When he appeared in front of us, he could no longer be called human. At first, we didn't even know what kind of creature he was, or if he was some kind of magical construct. Nick took a deep breath and slowly began to recount his tale to Anduin. If I had to describe the creature in one word, it would be horror, an indescribable horror. Its body was enormous and grotesque, like a bloated mass of flesh covered in pimples, eyes, and tentacles. The surface of the thing oozed with foul-smelling, corrosive liquid. If you looked closely, you could see that its body was composed of corpses, and the tentacles were essentially human limbs. As soon as you laid eyes on it, a deep primal fear would grip your heart. Simultaneously, you would start hearing hallucinations and maddening whispers. Those voices were enough to drive anyone insane. Nick paused, his face contorted in pain, a thin layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The battle that followed wasn't initiated by High Herbo, but from within our own ranks. Several Templar knights and wizards, who lacked the mental fortitude, turned on us. We had no choice but to subdue or even kill them. Believe me, it's a terrible feeling to stain your hands with the blood of your comrades, especially those you've fought alongside for over a year, Nick sighed deeply. But the real horror began after we dealt with our mind-controlled teammates. You can't imagine it, but we saw it with our own eyes. This monstrosity could wield dozens of wands simultaneously, each tentacle casting spells. Powerful black magic rained down on us like a relentless storm. Almost immediately, our search team was decimated, with more than half of us falling before we even had a chance to react. Nick's face showed a rare look of fear, and his tone became almost apologetic. Anduin, sometimes it's not shameful to run away, especially when the opponent is so overwhelmingly powerful that there's no hope. End of this chapter. Chapter 771, Joining Forces. Escape? What do you mean? Anduin asked, sensing that Nick's words held deeper implications. Could it be that the legendary wizard before him had once fled, abandoning his comrades? Moreover, from Nick's account, High Herbo seemed far beyond merely powerful. Not only did he possess wide-ranging AoE magic that could affect the mind, but he could also cast spells with dozens of wands simultaneously. Is this something any normal wizard could do? Casting a spell requires more than just hands. Even dual-wielding wands is a feat unheard of in the wizarding world. Anduin had tried it himself, but spellcasting demands the simultaneous mobilization of thought, incantations, and magical power. The movement of magic must conform to natural laws, and the human body simply doesn't have more than one trigger point for magic. High Herbo's ability to do this must be related to his bizarre form. Anduin couldn't help but think of High Herbo's appearance, which seemed to shift the narrative into a Lovecraftian nightmare. Wasn't this supposed to be a world of wizards? As Anduin's thoughts wandered, Nick's emotions grew increasingly agitated. He buried his face in his hands. After a long pause, Nick finally spoke, his voice trembling. I was terrified and retreated. When High Herbo killed my comrades one by one, I froze like a fool, even preparing to run away. I felt ashamed of my cowardice, but the horror High Herbo exuded made it impossible to think of confronting him. And then what happened? Since you managed to escape and snatch the Philosopher's Stone from Hirebo, something must have changed. Did you find his weakness? Anduin asked, trying to piece together the story. Nick shook his head helplessly. There is no weakness in such an opponent. If anything, Hirebo was acting extremely crazed at the time, almost losing his mind. The truth is, I did escape, and not just me. The remaining comrades also chose to flee. Really? You all ran away? Anduin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected the legendary wizard to be in such a dire situation. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Hirebo must have been. Running away was futile, Nick continued, sighing sadly. We were almost ready to escape when Hirebo cast a spell to seal the passage. Apparition and portkeys lost their effect. But then, it seemed he felt we posed no threat to him, or perhaps he wanted to toy with us. After trapping everyone, Hirebo didn't continue his attack. Instead, he communicated with us, and that's when we learned his true identity. He is the infamous dark wizard Hirebo from history. And what did you communicate about? He couldn't have just let you go, could he? Anduin asked, his curiosity piqued. Talking about communication, most of the time Hirebo was boasting about his achievements. It seemed he hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time, and his prolonged use of dark magic had left his mind fragmented. His words were many, but often incoherent. However, during Hirebo's ramblings, we learned of his plan. This guy has been obsessed with immortality for thousands of years. He admitted to making numerous attempts, including creating Horcruxes and the limb grafting technique that made him look the way he does. In addition, Hirebo confessed to causing many disasters with his magic. Experiments, including the leprosy I mentioned to you, and several plagues that had spread on a large scale, Nick began, his voice heavy with the weight of past horrors. The Black Death this time is Hirebo's most proud work. For this reason, he even madly showed us the cruel methods used to breed these viruses, as well as the newly formed Philosopher's Stone. Nick's expression twisted with a mix of disgust and sorrow. It was like a child showing off his toys. To be honest, if you ignored his appearance and everything he had done, you might think he was just a wizard scholar obsessed with research. He laughed bitterly, but his eyes soon filled with pain. The real turning point came when Cardinal Lawrence accompanied you. I still can't forget his voice and smile. Just when Hirebo finished showing off and was about to wipe us out completely, Lawrence resolutely set himself on fire. Nick's voice broke, and he lowered his head in grief. Lawrence, he was a true fighter. His belief never wavered in the face of an almost irresistible enemy. In comparison, I am like a cowardly clown. Through his sacrifice, he unleashed unimaginably powerful magic. The golden and incandescent light and flames severely damaged Hirebo and opened a way for us to survive. It was at that moment I used the flying curse to seize the Philosopher's Stone, allowing me and the remaining 4 companions to escape from the fortress. Nick's voice trembled as he continued. Afterwards, there were endless explosions and Hirebo's angry roars. In the end, we didn't even have the courage to look back. Anduin heaved a sigh of relief, his admiration for the cardinal growing. He hadn't expected the situation to be so complex and couldn't help but respect the cardinal's decisiveness. It was ironic that the members of the Holy See, often seen as zealots by wizards, had the courage to save the search team, while the wizards, who prided themselves on their superiority, only knew how to protect themselves. What about Hirebo? Did he fall under Lawrence's final blow? Anduin asked, his curiosity piqued. Nick shook his head. I don't know. When we gathered enough support to return, there was only ruins left. Even though we dug 3 feet into the ground, we couldn't find any trace of Hirebo. Even Lawrence and the others' bones had disappeared without a trace. So you suspect that Hirebo didn't die? Anduin pressed. That's right. Not only did Hirebo not die, but he also survived to this day. This was the consensus reached by the senior leaders of the wizarding world and the Holy See at that time, Nick explained. However, to avoid causing panic, both the wizarding world and the Holy See chose to conceal this matter. This secret is also the top secret of the International Federation of Wizards. Since then, the dispute between the Holy See and us gradually subsided, and even limited cooperation began to avoid similar tragedies from happening again. Nick continued, "Both sides have been constantly looking for traces of Hirebow, but since then, he seems to have vanished from the world. And after we found that we couldn't locate him, we began to focus on defense," Nick added. "Led by the elders of the Alchemy Society, we established the Wizards United Security Center and set up magic observation points in various countries to monitor abnormal magic fluctuations in the entire wizarding world." Wizards United Security Center? Magic observation points? Anduin echoed, startled by Nick's introduction. He suddenly realized that the functions of these two organizations seemed familiar. "That's right," Nick confirmed, noticing Anduin's realization. The United Wizards Security Center was the predecessor of the International Federation of Wizards. At that time, we kept communicating with other wizarding communities and countries to warn them of the danger of Hirebow. After reaching a certain number of cooperative countries, it gradually developed into the International Federation of Wizards. In fact, this organization was initially established to guard against Hirebow. As for those magical observation points, they gradually evolved into the current Ministry of Magic. You must have wondered why there is an exclusive alchemy room in the Ministry of Magic, no matter how remote or backward the country is, Nick continued. In fact, it was all for monitoring and finding Hirebow. The Alchemy Society spent a lot of resources and manpower on this, and it took nearly 100 years to accomplish. So that's how it is, Anduin suddenly realized. He hadn't expected that the establishment of organizations like the International Federation and the Ministry of Magic in the wizarding world was actually related to Hirebow. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the dedication of these people, installing alchemy rooms all over the world just to prevent a possible return of Hirebow, who might not even exist anymore. However, the monitoring circles in the Ministry of Magic are now mostly used to monitor the misuse of magic by underage wizards and to hunt down smugglers. I wonder if they still remember their original purpose, Anduin remarked. Yes. Nick nodded in agreement. As time goes by, Hirebow's threat has gradually been forgotten. Many people even think he died in that battle or succumbed to the erosion of time. But I know that guy is definitely still alive. Nick clenched his fists and confirmed again. Absolutely. If it wasn't for avoiding that guy, why would I have gone to such lengths to hide myself and survive until now? Nick's voice trembled slightly. Anduin was taken aback by Nick's words and looked at him in surprise. So, the reason Nick had lived in seclusion for so many years was actually because of Hirebow. That's right, Nick admitted. I have been living in fear since I got the Philosopher's Stone. Because I was afraid of being found by Hirebow, I have been careful to hide my tracks. Sorry to disappoint you, but I've always been a coward, Nick smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm not even afraid of death, but I don't want to face that horror again. Thank you for being honest with me, but you have a chance for revenge if you live, right? You must also want to seek justice for your comrades in arms, Anduin said, trying to comfort Nick. He noticed that since Nick started talking about the past, he had become discouraged and even harbored a hint of despair. To be honest, Anduin was a little afraid that Nick might harm himself right in front of him. Revenge? Nick smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't dare to hope for such a thing. Even now, I'm afraid I'm not a match for Hirebow. However, getting rid of Hirebow completely has indeed been my wish for a long time. Nick suddenly looked up and stared at Anduin. Anduin, are you willing to help me? Me? Anduin was slightly taken aback. I naturally want to get rid of him, as his presence in this world will only bring endless threats. But even if I want to, I can't do it. You and the International Federation of Wizards have spent so many years, but you can't find any traces of Hirebow. We don't even know which continent or country he is in now. Of course, I understand that, Nick explained. I'm not asking you to go and fight Hirebow directly. To be honest, I still don't think anyone can defeat him with their own strength. Then what do you mean? Anduin looked at him suspiciously. Magic net. When Nick mentioned this, a light flashed in his eyes. I can see the potential of the magic net, even those communicators. As he spoke, Nick raised his hand, and a ring-shaped communicator suddenly appeared in his palm. I'm afraid its function is not as simple as sending messages, right? I see. Anduin nodded in understanding. You mean, you want to use the magic net to track and eventually defeat Higherbo? Do you want to use the magic net and the communicator to find Higherbo? Yes, Nick nodded. The monitoring magic in the alchemy room of the Ministry of Magic can only passively detect abnormal fluctuations in the wizarding world. However, if someone uses powerful shielding magic or avoids casting excessive spells within the monitoring range, it becomes difficult to notice any difference. Obviously, this kind of security method is too outdated and passive. It can barely guarantee safety. If the other party causes trouble within the monitoring circle, it is extremely difficult to find them. But if we use the magic net, we can turn the communicators and the wizards holding them into our eyes. As soon as we find traces of Higherbo, we can issue an early warning and respond quickly. Once Higherbo's location is confirmed, we can mobilize our forces to attack and destroy him, Nick said excitedly. Anduin looked at Nick speechlessly. So this old guy had been waiting him all along. He had wondered why Nick had taken the initiative to ask Dumbledore to see him. At first, Anduin had thought it was his talent for alchemy that had attracted Nick's attention. It turned out the other party was trying to trick him. It made him happy for nothing. After silently cursing himself, Anduin asked, Mr. LeMay, let's not discuss whether we can find him using the magic net. Even if someone accidentally bumps into Higherbo, how can they be sure of his identity? With Higherbo's strength, I'm afraid he could kill someone from a distance before they get close or drive them away through mental interference. They might even pass by his hiding place without detecting him. Chapter 772. The Price. Good question, Nick nodded approvingly. As the only person left in this world who has had direct contact with Higherbo, I naturally have a way to identify him. As he finished speaking, a surge of magical power emanated from Nick, creating a dangerous wave that radiated outward. This wave of magic directly affected the nerves of nearby creatures, causing an involuntary sense of panic. You should be able to recognize this magic, right? Nick, who was continuously emitting this power, looked at Anduin with a smile. This is a fear technique. Anduin identified the magic immediately. He was familiar with this kind of fear technique, having used it himself on a large scale in the past, particularly in the previous encounter in Hopeless Town. It seems you are not unfamiliar with it. That's good, Nick said, satisfied as he retracted his magic. Since you know this magic, you should also know that it originated from Higherbo. Anduin nodded. It was common knowledge among wizards familiar with history and spells that Higherbo had invented a lot of black magic, with the fear technique being one of his most notorious creations. From our past experiences, we know that areas where Higherbo has been active are shrouded in extremely high concentrations of fear, to the extent that even muggles can sense abnormalities in such places, Nick explained. Over the past few hundred years, we've heard many rumors of people stumbling into frightening, mysterious spaces. However, whenever we followed these rumors, we could never catch Higherbo. Occasionally, we could perceive traces of his presence, but the information always came too late, and we would miss him. So, if you encounter an area with a fear spell, it might be Higherbo's hiding place, making it much easier to search for him. Nick then took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Anduin. This is a special spell I developed specifically for detecting fear techniques. Any alchemy item engraved with this spell can quickly identify the presence of fear and issue an early warning. With this, along with the magic net and a large number of alchemy props connected to it, Nick continued, looking at Anduin meaningfully. Anduin examined the blueprint in his hand, feeling a bit speechless. He suddenly realized that he might have walked into a carefully designed trap. Nick had come too well prepared, even having the drawings ready in advance. Initially, Anduin thought he was here to confront Nick, but now it seemed he had been lured into a premeditated plan. Anduin understood Nick's intentions. He wanted Anduin to install a backdoor in his alchemy tools to monitor for fear techniques. If any abnormalities were detected, Nick would be notified, and they could then mobilize to deal with Higherbo. However, this was not as simple as it sounded. First, the magic net had not been fully rolled out and would take several years to cover a large area. Installing a backdoor on the communicators, while not overly difficult for Anduin, was still a significant project. The spell on the drawing was complex, which would greatly increase the material cost, and production cycle of the communicators. The advantage of the magic net was that once expanded, it could seamlessly connect various regions like the internet with almost no national boundaries. This was much more unified and efficient than the alchemy rooms established in the ministries of magic of various countries. Nick had likely considered this before focusing on the magic net. After thinking it through, Anduin suddenly put on a straight face. Then what price is Mr. Flamel willing to pay for this? He didn't want to work for Nick for nothing. Despite Nick's claims about how evil Erbo was and how righteous his actions were, it was Anduin who would be doing the hard work. He wasn't about to work for no benefit. Seeing Anduin adopt such a business-like posture, Nick couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder the young man had built such a successful business. He was truly someone who wouldn't act without a clear benefit. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. As for the reward, Nick glanced at the wooden box on the table that hadn't been put away. How about paying with the Philosopher's Stone? In addition, as long as you are willing to help, all the knowledge I have collected here will be open to you. I will also use my influence to promote the process of laying the magic net for you. After all, the more the magic net is expanded, the greater the chance of finding Erbo. Are you willing to give up the Philosopher's Stone? It is a matter of life and death for you. To be honest, Anduin didn't expect Nick to be so generous. He wondered if the other party had ever had a business negotiation. No one would just go all in, and Anduin couldn't find a reason to refuse for a while. Nick was very calm when talking about life and death. For an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, death is not as terrible as one might imagine. In comparison, loneliness and depression are more frightening pains. I have escaped for too long. If I can kill this enemy in my lifetime, it will be more gratifying than eternal life. Of course, before handing over the Philosopher's Stone to you completely, I will prepare enough elixirs for myself and Paranal. I see. Anduin was moved by Nick's realization. Well, I am willing to accept your proposal. From next week onwards, the new communicators will be equipped with spells to detect fear. As long as I find the corresponding spells in the background, if there is any clue, we will notify you as soon as possible. Nick did not immediately express joy, but reaffirmed. This process may take several years, more than 10 years, and may even never yield anything. This means that the time and resources you invest may be endless. Have you thought about it? The reward you gave is worth my investment. If you are worried that I will go back on my word, we can sign an unbreakable oath for this, Anduin said calmly. In fact, he had agreed after some calculations and considerations. In terms of cost alone, it would not directly lead to losses, but just make less money. This depended on his efficient industrial system, which could take on such a big job. Well, we'll make a contract later. Faced with this serious matter, Nick would not be so naive as to trust Anduin based on a verbal guarantee. An unbreakable oath was the basis of trust. Afterwards, the two finalized the details. Anduin would leave with Dumbledore later and return alone to sign the contract the next day, with Paranal as their notary. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Nick needed it for another half a year to store enough elixir of life. Anduin had actually offered to supply the elixir of life for the two of them, even if the Philosopher's Stone was with him, but Nick politely declined. Anduin could see that the old man wanted to end his life from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps Nick had already arranged for his death, and regardless of whether Anduin could find Erbo or not, he would resolutely go to the end. As for the materials and knowledge collected by Nick, Anduin could come and get them at will. Nick also said that he would pass on his skills to others. After finalizing the agreement, Anduin returned to his original state, chatting with Dumbledore and the LeMays about various things. Although Dumbledore guessed what had transpired between Anduin and Nick, he didn't ask out of politeness. They left after having dinner. During the next few days, Anduin found himself constantly traveling between the French manor, LeMay's house, and the British headquarters. He had to halt the production line of existing communicators, video cameras, and other props to switch to new manufacturing drawings. This was no small task, and it took Anduin 3 consecutive nights to complete it. Despite his busy schedule, Anduin was eager to delve into the knowledge collected by Nick Flamel. He managed to carve out some time each day to study, treating the French Valley Manor as a mere transit station. He barely had time to check on the children there, often just passing through. Once the production line was finished, Anduin focused his energy on LeMay's house, immersing himself in magical knowledge as if he had returned to his student days. Nick Flamel, the greatest alchemist in the world, had amassed a vast collection of rare magical materials. These included not only alchemy, but also history, encyclopedias, runes, spells, and medicine. Many of these documents had disappeared from history, and some contained rare spells like soul tracing, which Anduin had only heard of or partially collected. Unfortunately, even with Nick's extensive collection, there were few new clues about the Deathly Hallows. It seemed that after obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, Nick lost interest in the 3 artifacts that claimed to be the Master of Death and did not specifically collect related information. Among the most valuable knowledge for Anduin was the material formula, especially the magic alloy formula. He learned how to make Lemel alloy. However, this alloy was not simple to produce. The main raw material was a derivative of the Philosopher's Stone, and without it, the alloy could not be synthesized. The other auxiliary materials were not very expensive, but the Philosopher's Stone was rarer than refined mithril. Anduin was curious why Nick didn't produce more Lemel alloys. Despite its high threshold, the cost was cheap, and its performance surpassed other alloys on the market. Nick explained that he avoided producing more to prevent trouble. He had few material needs, and flooding the market with Lemel alloy could alarm the goblins, causing panic and potentially another goblin war. To maintain balance, Nick released a small amount of Lemel alloy periodically, signaling that he was still alive and that the alloy existed in limited quantities. This balanced the relationship between goblins and wizards, preventing extreme wizards from starting a war over the goblin alloy formula and avoiding goblin riots or wars due to market competition. Nick cautioned Anduin not to let too much Lemel alloy flow into the market, as it could disrupt the balance. Consequently, the price of Lemel alloy in the market remained extraordinarily high. Anduin had a deep understanding of the value of high-quality materials, so it wasn't a lie when Nick said he was never short of money. Occasionally, Anduin would buy 1 or 2 units of rare alloys and make a significant profit. Nick often wondered why Anduin was so obsessed with making money. Anduin, however, never explained his true motivations. Was it just about making money? No, it was about spreading his influence. To a certain extent, influence equates to power. In addition to the LeMay alloy, Anduin had acquired many other material formulas, some of which he had never even heard of before. For instance, there was a rubber-like material in the records that had strong impact resistance. However, because its magic resistance was too high, it was considered a defective product. But in Anduin's eyes, this was the perfect armor material. A tactical suit made from it could not only absorb shock, but also resist magical damage. After absorbing new knowledge from the LeMay house, Anduin returned to his laboratory non-stop to tinker with new inventions. His life was extremely fulfilling. It wasn't until Hogg and Shaltir came over to remind him one day that Anduin realized more than a month had passed, and school would start in just 2 weeks. This discovery left Anduin dumbfounded. He had come here for a vacation, but he had become busier than he was before the summer break. He also realized he hadn't seen much of the kids during this time. He wondered if they had enjoyed their time with Sirius. When he finally put down his work and returned to the manor to see everyone, he was shocked by what they had experienced during his absence. End of this chapter. Chapter 775, Lockhart. After talking with Anduin, Grindelwald felt as though his entire worldview had been severely shaken. The wizarding world, which he had always considered stagnant and unambitious, was actually engaged in a grand, century-spanning game of chess. Reflecting on Anduin's revelations, Grindelwald couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in his words. Decades, or even centuries ago, The Wizarding International had begun to downplay the distinctions between Muggle-born and pure-blood wizards. They had also gradually relaxed restrictions on the union of wizards and Muggles. Due to the International Statute of Secrecy, the wizarding world had always been positioned as the weaker side, ensuring that these unions did not attract the suspicion of top Muggle officials. The results were evident. In countries like France, Egypt, and Spain, the status of Muggle-born wizards was now almost indistinguishable from that of pure bloods, and the wizarding population was steadily increasing. If this trend continued for a few more decades, intermarriage between wizards and Muggles might no longer be stigmatized. This would lead to a sharp increase in the wizarding population, eventually narrowing the gap between wizards and Muggles. At that point, wizards might finally have a stronger voice in the world. Of course, this was assuming no one disrupted the progress. Grindelwald realized that his own dissatisfaction with the insular nature of the wizarding world and his disdain for its gradual integration with Muggle society had driven him to initiate a revolution. However, in hindsight, he saw that his actions had only served to halt the progress of the wizarding world and reignite conflicts between wizards and Muggles. Grindelwald couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. He had thought of himself as a visionary, but now he saw how short-sighted he had been. "Thank you. I am very satisfied with the answer that has allowed me to see the truth clearly," Grindelwald said, though his voice carried a note of loss. He pointed to the wand that had belonged to Gerald, lying on the table. "May I?" "Please," Anduin replied indifferently. Grindelwald nodded slightly, picked up the wand, and rubbed it in his hand for a moment, as if reminiscing about his friend. Then he pointed the tip of the wand to his temple and drew out a wisp of crystal-clear memory fluid. "This is what I obtained from Peverell's grave. I hope it can help you." Anduin quickly took out a crystal bottle and collected the memory, which was the main reason for his visit. "All right, if you have nothing else, please leave. I want to finish reading this book tonight," Grindelwald said, picking up the old, tattered book and turning away. For some reason, as Anduin watched Grindelwald's retreating figure, he felt the old man looked even older than when he had first arrived. It seemed there were still things in Grindelwald's heart that he couldn't let go of. But that was none of Anduin's concern. He bowed politely to Grindelwald and left the tower without looking back. As soon as he exited Nurmengard, Anduin used apparition to leave. He had no interest in the old man's inner world. His priority now was to uncover the truth about the Deathly Hallows. After returning to England, Anduin didn't even stop to bring Harry back. He plunged straight into his laboratory, confident that the Weasleys would take good care of Harry. When Anduin finally emerged from his research, it was half a month later. If Cheeky hadn't reminded him in time, he might have forgotten that today was the opening ceremony of Hogwarts. Anduin had gained a lot from his half-month of research, and the contents of Grindelwald's memory solved a significant mystery for Anduin. At that time, Grindelwald had exhumed the tomb to uncover the secrets of the Deathly Hallows. However, aside from the body of Ignotus, he found no additional gains. The coffin contained only Ignotus' remains, dressed in a suit with no other funerary objects. Grindelwald, being a relentless individual, did not give up Eve, after finding no artifacts. He went as far as stripping Ignotus' body. If Ignotus had been an ordinary person, the story might have ended there, with him being a poor soul desecrated by a pervert. But Ignotus' body held a secret. When Grindelwald unearthed the coffin, Ignotus had already turned to bone. However, there was a barely detectable magical pattern on the bones. This was puzzling, because such patterns are typically found on alchemical objects, not human remains. Engraving magic lines on a body, especially close to the bones, is akin to suicide, as the turbulent flow of magic could tear a person apart. The lines extended from Ignotus' spine, spreading along the bones, with 4 special magic nodes on his abdomen, chest, and shoulders. Over time, these lines and nodes had dimmed, making them difficult to see. But Grindelwald, with his keen perception, noticed them. He couldn't decipher their meaning at the time, so he preserved Ignotus' body. When Anduin saw the magic lines through Grindelwald's memory, he immediately suspected a connection to the Deathly Hallows. However, due to the memory's limitations and the damage to the bones, Studying the lines was laborious. It took Anduin nearly half a month to restore the magic lines and gradually understand their mystery. He discovered that these lines were not engraved through alchemy, but were the result of spells cast along their paths over a long period, leaving a residue in the body. These magic lines were like stone, an accessory product of some powerful magic. The fact that they remained on the corpse after thousands of years indicated an extremely high density of magic power. Even Anduin's current body might not withstand such intense magic, leading him to believe it wasn't caused by a spell. Anduin associated the lines with the Deathly Hallows. The nodes on the chest and abdomen might relate to the Resurrection Stone and the Elder Wand, while the shoulder nodes could correspond to the Invisibility Cloak. This perspective clarified the situation. Anduin and Dumbledore's previous attempts to connect the three artifacts might have failed because they cannot be combined directly. To truly integrate the Deathly Hallows, the human body might need to serve as a carrier, connecting them like electronic components on a circuit board. After many days of research, Anduin realized that the three holy artifacts might have an even closer relationship with the human body, akin to organs within a body. Anduin muttered to himself, "Do you want to use the Deathly Hallows as an appendage? It sounds really weird." He paused, contemplating the risks. It doesn't matter. No matter what the result is, it can only be confirmed after the experiment. It's just that testing directly on a human body carries significant risks. After a moment of thought, Anduin shook his head helplessly. Experimenting on himself was out of the question. It seemed he would have to revert to his old methods, finding a way to capture some dark wizards to use as test subjects. With his mind made up, Anduin set off to return to Hogwarts. Due to time constraints, he did not bring Leona this time, but took Hog directly to the office through a portal. When he finally arrived at the auditorium, he realized he was late and had missed the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall, who was presiding over the opening ceremony, shot him a frustrated look. Anduin returned an apologetic glance, acknowledging that he often lost track of time while engrossed in research. As he took his seat beside Snape, Anduin noticed a familiar figure at the faculty dining table. "Senior Lockhart, I didn't expect you to return to teach at Hogwarts," he greeted the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Anduin wasn't very familiar with Lockhart, an old classmate, and hadn't paid much attention to him over the years. He had heard that Lockhart had become an adventurer after graduation and had written a few popular books, even earning a third-class medal of the Order of Merlin. Anduin's radio channel had once invited Lockhart for an interview. However, based on what Anduin knew about Lockhart, he doubted the man's adventurer persona. Lockhart's flamboyant attire seemed more suited for show than actual danger. Despite his skepticism, Anduin greeted Lockhart politely. "Aha! It's Anduin!" Lockhart exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. "I couldn't refuse when Principal Dumbledore personally requested my return. I couldn't bear to let him down." Lockhart puffed out his chest, revealing a lavender bow tie under his turquoise robe. "I've decided to write a new book this year called Governing Hogwarts with Anduin Wilson," he announced proudly. "I always knew your future achievements would be limitless, and my advice to you back then was well-deserved." Lockhart's narcissistic demeanor was evident as he raised his chin and scooted his chair closer to Anduin, clearly trying to bask in his former junior's success. "Huh?" Anduin glanced at Lockhart, then turned to Snape for an explanation. Snape snorted coldly and spoke in a deep voice. "Ever since he decided to join Hogwarts, that guy has been spreading the word everywhere, claiming he's your close friend and that your achievements are due to his guidance." Anduin chuckled and shook his head. "I don't know him very well. The only time we talked was in the library when he introduced me to a book on thinking magic. I knew that guy was unreliable," Snape muttered, curling his lips in dissatisfaction. He then gave Anduin a pointed look. "By the way, where have you been? These past 2 months?" Snape asked, his voice dripping with disdain. "That idiot Lockhart has been using your reputation to boast for more than a month. Many people actually believed him because you didn't stand up to refute it. Now, he's become quite the celebrity." Snape couldn't help but mutter, "Since that's the case, Why don't you expose this guy's lies quickly? He's slandered your reputation so much. How can you bear it? After learning about Lockhart's recent actions, Anduin was speechless. However, considering the pile of unfinished business at hand and his ongoing experiment with the Deathly Hallows, he shook his head and replied, I don't have much free time right now. Besides, Lockhart is the new Professor Dumbledore invited. Let's let him be for now. I think he's harmless. Humph, you'll regret it sooner or later. Snape retorted coldly. He then turned his attention to Harry and his friends. And why did those Potter kids gain so much weight over the summer? Are you feeding them fodder? As soon as Snape mentioned this, Anduin's expression darkened. Don't worry, they won't stay fat for long. Snape raised an eyebrow, sensing that the group of brats would soon face some tough times. He looked at Harry with great interest. At that moment, Harry happened to glance their way, and their eyes met. After the experience of sharing hardships in Desperate Town, Harry's perception of Snape had improved, even if he hadn't grown to like him. So when he saw Snape, he politely gave him a kind look. But Snape's inexplicable gaze made Harry shiver involuntarily, as if something terrible was about to happen. End of this chapter. Chapter 776, Attributes Up to Standard. As they returned to Hogwarts, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head and saw Anduin's cold, piercing eyes. It's over, Harry muttered bitterly to his companions. As soon as we get back to Hogwarts, the professor will turn back into that cruel, cold-blooded instructor. It's not your fault, Hermione said, rolling her eyes at him. I warned you back in France. You were eating too much, and you even dragged me out of summer training. During the summer vacation, Hermione and her family had gone to France, where she met Harry and the others. She noticed that the three of them had gained weight. When school started, they hadn't slimmed down. In fact, they had gotten even fatter. I couldn't help it. French food is so rich, and Harry's godfather was very enthusiastic, asking us if we were hungry almost every minute, Neville said, scratching his head in embarrassment. He then looked at Harry. By the way, is that house elf you mentioned still bothering you? Isn't it? Harry replied, curling his lips in frustration. Ever since we came back from France, that guy who calls himself Dobby has been appearing out of nowhere, yelling that Hogwarts is in danger and telling me not to go back. Ron interjected. That guy messed up Mom's kitchen. She was so angry that she gave us all a lesson. We managed to drive that house elf out of the burrow. But he still seems to be causing trouble behind the scenes, Harry exhaled irritably. I suspect it was his fault that we were blocked from platform 9 3/4 earlier today. That's too annoying. Fortunately, the two of us could undo the curse, or we would have missed the train, Ron said, curling his lips in dissatisfaction. After hard training in the last school year, the young wizards had made great progress in physical fitness and spellcasting. Harry and the others had developed the instinct to face difficulties head-on. So, when they found the entrance to the platform blocked that morning, they cast a spell without hesitation, using a general cracking spell to blast the lock on the stone wall. It's likely that if you searched all the wizarding schools around the world, you wouldn't find young wizards stronger than the students at Hogwarts. After hearing Ron's complaint, Harry muttered equally unhappily, Don't let me see him again, or I'll beat him into a hornet's nest, just like Uncle Weasley beat Lucius. Hey, don't mention that. George, who was devouring a chicken leg like a hungry ghost, leaned in. After the fight in the bookstore, Dad has been nagged by Mom a lot. But let me tell you, Dad fought well, Fred said, waving a lamb chop in his hand with a smile, as if he were reliving the scene. Who made that idiot Lucius laugh at us for getting rich overnight? And how dare he tease Ginny, calling her a fat girl? It's a pity Uncle Wilson wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, Lucius would have suffered even more, Ron muttered excitedly. Maybe Uncle Wilson would have been the first to throw a punch. Ha, Lucius dared to take advantage of the professor's absence, and he got beaten badly for it, Harry said, covering his mouth and snickering. He then turned to look at Ginny. The big guy is talking about you. Why didn't you react at all? Professor Lockhart is probably on their minds now. Ron rolled his eyes contemptuously. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for them insisting on attending Lockhart's new book signing, Dad wouldn't have bumped into Lucius. On the other side, Ginny, who was holding a few books and whispering to Hermione, gave Ron a hard look after hearing his sarcasm. "It's as if you weren't there." "Mr. Lockhart is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. We were buying textbooks," she retorted. "That's right," Hermione chimed in, nodding in agreement. "And Professor Lockhart has so many legendary experiences. It is said that Professor Wilson grew up to this point under his inspiration." As soon as the two little girls started chatting, they began to alk about Lockhart, as if he were some kind of hero. Their behavior immediately attracted the attention of the other boys. Ron couldn't help but sarcastically remark, Hey, I don't know what kind of professor would include all 10 of his books in his textbooks. We have to spend a lot of galleons just to buy these books. It's really a waste of money." "That's right," George chimed in, clearly upset with Professor Lockhart. "And you actually believe the nonsense he says? How could Professor Wilson have anything to do with him?" "Then why didn't the Godfather stand up and refute it?" Ginny retorted. "If Professor Lockhart is spreading rumors with the temper of the Godfather, he would definitely not sit idly by." The Weasley siblings began to quarrel over the issue. Ginny's combat prowess was indeed extraordinary, and she managed to hold her own against her brother's firepower. Hermione, standing nearby, couldn't find an opportunity to intervene. Harry watched the scene helplessly. Emotionally, he felt closer to Ginny because they were both close to Anduin, but Ron was his good friend, leaving him unsure of whom to support. Shaking his head, he turned to Hermione and Neville. "We don't have any classes tomorrow. Do you want to explore the Ruins Dungeon?" Since the end of the last school year, Anduin hadn't officially opened the Town of Despair dungeon, so their main target was still the Ruins Dungeon. "Okay." Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement. "I've been itching for some action. I haven't fought a skeleton in so long, and I always feel sluggish." She then raised her eyebrows proudly. "During the summer vacation, I carefully studied the cooperative combat chapter in tactical training. We can try a new support formation and maybe break the clearance record. Compared to a new formation, I think it's more important to increase the level and attributes of our spells. How long can you hold on to the induction ball? My intelligence attribute has just exceeded small, and I only have impact spells and crushing spells at the 3rd level," Neville said, a bit dejected. Despite enjoying his summer vacation, he hadn't neglected his training. "I'm not very good either. I can barely hold on for 2 hours, Hermione replied, perhaps showing off a bit. 2 hours? Harry's eyes widened. I'm exhausted after an hour, but you can last for 2 hours? Could it be that your intelligence attribute has already exceeded Fest's? It's not that simple. It was only a step during the inspection a few days ago. It should be for a while, and I don't know when I'll be able to break through, Hermione said, pursing her lips in dissatisfaction. Aren't you satisfied with that? God, what kind of monsters are you all? Why are you all so strong? Neville was taken aback by Hermione's progress. Don't say that. I still envy you. Among us, only your physique, strength, and agility can surpass small. After all, you have to be the main force in the fight. Hermione quickly comforted Neville, seeing him start to doubt himself. Hey, don't mention it, Neville said, raising his chin dejectedly. When I checked the Silver Flash talisman yesterday, I found that my agility has dropped to +. It must be the fault of this fat body. He patted his belly in frustration, producing a series of slaps that sounded like applause. The sound is quite crisp, Harry laughed, mimicking Neville's actions. The confusing behavior of the group drew curious glances from those around them. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of friends have I made? Why are they acting like such fools? The psychology of boys is truly incomprehensible. She then glanced at Ginny, who was standing next to her. Hermione feared that this girl, who had also successfully gained weight, might do something equally foolish. However, Ginny ignored Harry and the others. After an enthusiastic exchange with several of her brothers, she turned to Hermione with curiosity. What are the Silver Flash talismans and attributes you just mentioned, and what is a copy of the ruins? Ginny asked. What? Didn't your older brothers tell you before school started? Hermione replied, puzzled. Don't mention those idiots. They treat their school experiences like treasures and refuse to share them with me, Ginny said, pouting in displeasure as if she had been bullied. That's for her own good. Fred interjected, trying to defend himself. It's like not telling the contents of the sorting ceremony. These are little surprises we left for them. Ch! It's more like a prank than a surprise. Ginny muttered, rolling her eyes. She then looked at Hermione expectantly. Just as Hermione was about to explain, Anduin's voice suddenly echoed from the podium. Attention, everyone. Morning exercises will resume as usual tomorrow morning, followed by the first round of physical examinations for this year. Prefects, make sure to explain this to the freshmen, and don't be late again, Anduin announced, scanning the crowd with a serious expression. The students groaned and sighed at the reminder. After the summer vacation, they had almost forgotten about the morning exercises. But Anduin continued, additionally, in 3 days, I will open a new instance called Desperate Town for everyone to challenge. Interested students should keep an eye on the bulletin board for updates. However, be aware that the difficulty of this new dungeon is much higher than the current Ruin dungeon. Only those with all attributes exceeding Thisthoth and 2 main attributes exceeding Th can enter. Upon hearing this, the students who had been groaning moments before now cheered excitedly, even those whose attributes did not meet the requirements. The new dungeon was not only a challenge, but also a spectacle. Even if they couldn't participate, watching others attempt it was a popular pastime. Many students, who weren't skilled fighters, preferred to watch rather than participate, and they had grown tired of the previous Ruin dungeon. Many students immediately opened their silver flash talismans to check their attributes, especially the members of the Tactics Club who had the advanced version of the talisman. Harry, in particular, was eager to check his current attributes, even though he had reviewed them just a few days ago. He couldn't contain his excitement. Name: Harry Potter. Age: 12 years old, 2nd grade. Status: normal. Personal attributes: physique, strength, agility, intelligence, stamina, 100, mana, 138 ticks. Combat rating, 122. Casting ability: levitation spell, 3rd rank, disarming curse, level 3, knockback curse, level 3, remaining 11 items. Expand. Study results: First year tactical training, O Charms year 1, O first year potions, E honor seeker for the Gryffindor House Quidditch team in the first year. Gryffindor won the House Cup a year ago. Copy evaluation, Ruins copy. Fastest clearance record, 49 minutes and 21 seconds. Highest score for clearance, 16 points, 5 points for the princess, 1 point for the rest of the hostages. Personal cumulative damage, team cumulative damage, 2235 points. Team leaderboard current record, number 1 in the 1st grade group customs clearance record. Highest score. Number 2 in the 1st grade group, 1st year group team cumulative injury number 1, ranked 4th in cumulative individual injuries in the 1st grade group. Violation record, none. After confirming his attributes again, Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that being a bit overweight isn't entirely detrimental, at least his physical attributes are higher. However, he still couldn't understand his intelligence attribute. Despite his training progress not being as good as Hermione's, his intelligence was inexplicably high. Eagerly, he looked at the rest of the group. My attributes just meet the requirements. How about you? My physique and strength have reached the standard, Neville replied first. It's a relief. If all 3 attributes needed to reach Sephoth, it would have been troublesome. Hermione smiled at the 2 of them. I thought I wouldn't make it, but I found a surprise after the inspection. My intelligence has reached... I guess it took 2 days to break through. Plus, with my original agility, I've met the standard. Beautiful. Harry pumped his fist excitedly. But when he looked at Ron, he noticed the bitterness on Ron's face. It's over. All my attributes are... all of them. Ron groaned, holding his forehead. Why are my attributes so average, and I'm stuck just outside the dungeon requirements? I suspect the professor is targeting me. Seeing this, Harry tried to comfort him. It's okay, Ron. You should be able to catch up with such a small gap in 2 months of hard work. And you aren't repulsed by the environment in Desperate Town, right? Repulsed? Are you trying to say I'm afraid? Ron gave Harry a speechless look and then smiled wryly at the light curtain projected from the silver flash amulet. End of this chapter. Chapter 777. Outrageous Attributes. The Town of Despair Dungeon. Harry and his friends were definitely ready to challenge the dungeon again. They had experienced many novel and interesting things within its depths, even though some of the content was a bit scary. As a test dungeon, the current Ruins dungeon was relatively crude. Nevertheless, it featured intriguing items like the Armlet of Power and other props with various functions that they had never encountered before. However, the problem now was that Ron's attributes had not yet reached the required standard. This meant that the remaining three could not form a fixed team as they had before. This was actually quite normal. Hermione's attributes were up to par due to her strict self-discipline and long-term hard training. Harry and Neville, on the other hand, had reached their current attributes thanks to Anduin's use of various resources and high-intensity training. The attribute requirements set by Anduin were so high that even most third graders couldn't meet them, including other members of the Tactics Club. When Harry learned that Ron's attributes were not up to standard, he began looking around for potential teammates who could fill the gap. Ideally, this teammate would be from the same grade, as the senior students already had their own fixed teams. For example, George and Fred had immediately teamed up with Cedric and Cho after confirming that their attributes met the standard. After exchanging glances with Susan, Hannah, and other students of the same grade, Harry found that everyone's attributes were slightly lacking. It wasn't until he turned his gaze towards the Slytherin table that he noticed Draco looking around as well. When their eyes met, they both realized that the other was the only remaining qualified person in the second grade. Is Draco the only one left? Damn it. Harry frowned hesitantly. He had cooperated with Draco before, but there had been conflicts between their families. Arthur had clashed with Lucius in Diagon Alley, and Harry and Draco had been hostile towards each other due to their different affiliations. Was it really appropriate to join forces with him now? And would Draco even agree? Draco was equally distressed. The students around him were either idiots or had poor attributes, comparable to first-year students. Pansy and Daphne were also slightly lacking. Now, the only reasonable choice was Harry and his friends. During the summer vacation, Draco had changed his young master habits and practiced diligently every day, even clashing with his father over it. Lucius was very opposed to Anduin's training methods, insisting that his children should learn the etiquette and dogma of a pure-blood family, rather than sweating like soldiers. This did not fit the aristocratic temperament at all. Draco and Lucius had many quarrels over the summer, but neither could convince the other. In Draco's eyes, Voldemort was truly dead. He had even seen his father refute Voldemort at the public trial. Therefore, for the Malfoy family, it was best to substantially cut ties with the Death Eaters, rather than maintaining superficial connections out of fear of retaliation. Draco's inherent beliefs about Muggle-born and pure-blood wizards were also shaken. Anduin himself was a Muggle-born wizard, and Draco worshipped him immensely. Was the idea that pure-blood wizards were supreme really correct? Professor Wilson was a Muggle-born, yet he possessed immense strength and status. Gradually, after the first year, Draco began to question these long-held beliefs. Under Anduin's guidance, Draco had gradually come to accept his mentor's values. Everything depends on strength. Relying on the pure-blood family and diplomatic maneuvering couldn't truly control one's destiny. Only by being strong could one earn genuine respect. Driven by this belief, Draco became increasingly eager to improve his own abilities. Town of Despair must be challenged, even if it means teaming up with Harry and the others, Draco resolved silently. As Draco and Harry pondered how to negotiate forming a team, Ginny, standing beside Hermione, suddenly exclaimed, "So this is the Silver Flash Talisman? I have one too." She reached into her collar and pulled out a nameplate, excitedly asking how to activate it. "This thing isn't just for show." Ron, already in a foul mood, rolled his eyes. "You need to go through a physical examination to upload your data, and attribute improvements require continuous updates through further exams. Then why can your data be updated in real time?" Ginny asked, recalling Hermione's earlier mention that her intelligence attribute had been just a few days ago. "Ha ha!" Ron grinned smugly. "That's because our amulets are special, high-end versions that require a specific ceremony to bind." "Really?" Ginny looked down at her nameplate skeptically. Hermione, glancing sharply at Ginny's amulet, suddenly exclaimed, "No, Ginny, why is your silver flash talisman different from ours?" "Huh?" Ginny looked at Hermione in confusion. "Is there a difference?" "Of course." Hermione leaned in to examine Ginny's amulet closely. "Your amulet isn't the junior version for freshmen, nor our advanced version. How did you get this nameplate?" "I didn't buy it," Ginny said nonchalantly. "My godfather gave it to me when I was in France. He said it was specially made for me." "Custom made?" Ron swallowed enviously, a terrible thought crossing his mind. Try injecting magic power into it and see if there's any response. "Oh," Ginny followed his suggestion. Suddenly, a three-dimensional light curtain shot out from the amulet, displaying a series of characters. "System initialization starts. Owner of this nameplate. The first semi-data scan is now underway. Please remain still during this process. Name, Ginny Weasley. Age, 11 years old. First grade status, normal house, Gryffindor wand, ebony, dragon heartstring core, 14 inches. Points, 0. Redeemable rewards, none. Personal attributes, physique, strength, agility, intelligence, stamina, 100, mana 108 ticks, combat rating 116, none. Study results, none. Honors, copy evaluation, none. Violation record, none. Hiss! Everyone gasped involuntarily at the data displayed on Ginny's amulet. Ron, George, and Fred, the three Weasley siblings, were particularly stunned. It wasn't surprising that Ginny's talisman could be activated since it was custom-made by Anduin. What shocked everyone was that Ginny's talisman not only activated without a ritual, but also contained different content. The additional categories like house and wand and the mysterious points and redeemable rewards were unheard of. Even more astonishing were Ginny's attributes. The basic attributes of normal first-year students typically hovered around FOSS, with stronger students reaching FAL. Neville, for instance, had one attribute at Fort Foss, but Ginny had all attributes at FAL. This was unprecedented. Ginny's attributes were so impressive that they could hardly be described as strong. It was simply an exaggeration. Points? Is this something new created by the professor? Hermione, though surprised by Ginny's attributes, was more intrigued by the additional content in the system. Very likely, Harry nodded approvingly. The professor always comes up with something new. The earliest version of the amulet didn't include physical strength. This is probably a new feature that will be upgraded in the future. But what's more astonishing now is Ginny's attributes. Harry then looked at Ginny as if she were a phenomenon. "What did you eat to grow up? Why are your attributes so high?" "Huh? Is this very high? I don't feel it at all." Ginny, still unfamiliar with the concept of attributes, tilted her head in confusion. "Your attributes can't just be described as high. When Neville first entered school last year, he had only one attribute that could reach You're probably stronger than many second-year students now," Hermione explained to Ginny in detail, then looked at her solemnly. "To Imp, Rove, your attributes, training and nutrition are indispensable. It seems the professor really treats you well." Ginny shrugged. "Is that so? It's okay. I usually eat what my godfather eats and do whatever he asks me to do. Sometimes he even thinks I'm lazy." "When did you start this kind of life?" Harry seemed to realize the crux of the matter. "I remember it was after I turned 5. Since then, I've always been by my godfather's side, and the training started when I was 7. Ginny muttered indifferently. Harry and Hermione exchanged speechless glances. No wonder. Ginny had a head start by several years. Should it be said that she is really the daughter of Professor Wilson? No, she could be described as a princess. Fine clothes, good food, all kinds of alchemy props used like toys, and even one-on-one training. "It doesn't make sense," Ron, holding his head in despondency, exclaimed. "Uncle Wilson is too biased. Why does this dead girl get all the benefits? It's been like this since she was a child, and now she even has a customized silver flash amulet." Seeing this, the rest could only lower their heads and sigh helplessly. They all wished they could be reincarnated as Anduin's own children. Guinea, on the other hand, was still playing with the Silver Flash talisman carefree, while a diary she had gotten by chance flashed through her mind. After the opening ceremony, a group of young wizards started their new school year at Hogwarts. The next day was the routine school-wide physical examination. After the previous school year's test, all the professors at Hogwarts stopped expressing their opinions on Anduin's plan. Judging by the results, the average grades of the students had improved significantly. The growth of the young wizards was not only based on a single course or paper data, but also on the tactical training they had undergone. 1 or 2 months of low spirits could indeed be exchanged for better teaching quality in the future. Moreover, in the new school year, the old students had already gone through such pains, and now it would only affect the first graders. The professors could clearly see that the young wizards were more focused and tougher in class, which led to a significant improvement in the efficiency of learning to cast spells. However, the professors still had their own dissatisfaction. Although the introduction of tactical training was very effective, they didn't want Anduin to take up too much of the students' time. The copies made by this guy were as addictive as poison, and the students obviously loved fighting more than going to the library. Many professors worried that Hog would become a school of combat wizards because of this. But they had no choice now. The general trend had already been set, and Anduin's influence was undeniable. In the hearts of the students, he is the most authoritative representative. Even Dumbledore might struggle to control their thoughts. On the second night after the medical examination, Harry and Ron found themselves in the corridor on the 4th floor of the main castle. Damn it, why do we have to meet him at night, and why bring me along? Ron paced back and forth, clearly frustrated. It's obvious that what you're discussing is letting him replace me on the team. Who knows what he's thinking? That fellow Draco mysteriously passed me a note after class today, specifying this time and place, Harry replied, equally dissatisfied. He had intended to initiate a conversation with Draco, but Draco had beaten him to it. Besides, letting Draco join our team is only temporary. He hasn't taken your place permanently, so I naturally have to respect your opinion. If you don't agree later, we'll put an end to this matter, Harry assured him. I brought you along to guard against any of his potential schemes. Lucius and your dad had a dispute not long ago. What if Draco plans to plot against us? Perhaps due to his early experiences in battle, Harry's approach to problems had become more strategic. He now preferred to think like a soldier. He wouldn't, even in a one-on-one, he might not be your match, Ron snorted coldly, though he was touched by Harry's considerate behavior. End of this chapter. Chapter 778, Peeping. Who do you say is not an opponent? Just as Ron and Harry arrived at the agreed trophy showroom, a cold snort came from inside the showroom door. Draco Malfoy appeared behind the door, having clearly overheard Ron's earlier slander. Ron, upon seeing Draco, didn't hold back. What I said is the truth. Don't you have the confidence to defeat Harry? Don't even talk about him. Even I can beat you to the ground. Draco ignored Ron's provocation and looked directly at Harry. Come in quickly. I don't want to be caught by Filch. And why did you bring this idiot along? I heard he doesn't even have a Saw attribute. You. Ron, provoked by Draco, was immediately furious and lunged at him. Harry quickly stopped Ron and looked at Draco coldly. If you have this attitude, then we have nothing to talk about. Draco was taken aback by Harry's words. He didn't want to lose the opportunity to participate in the new dungeon for the sake of a temporary advantage. After all, beyond the excitement of exploration, combat, and alchemy props, the most tangible benefit was the improvement in strength from the dungeon challenges. Many young wizards noticed significant improvements in their combat skills and attributes after experiencing the ruined dungeons. While regular physical fitness, target shooting, and other training could enhance combat effectiveness, they couldn't compare to the benefits of actual combat. Real battles could further stimulate a wizard's potential and temper their will. Harry and his group, who had been fighting in dungeons all year round, had already created a significant gap between themselves and others, a gap that would only widen over time. In the original Ruins dungeon, the intensity and surprise of the battles weren't very strong, leading many to standardize their approach. Wizards who frequently ventured into the dungeon memorized when it was safe, when they would encounter enemies, and where the strongest foes were. Successfully challenging a dungeon and achieving a high clearance rate had become a point of pride at Hogwarts, with high-ranking individuals gaining more respect. The sooner one could enter a new dungeon, the sooner they could grasp the first-mover advantage. This was why everyone was so excited about the appearance of a new dungeon. "Well, even if I just made a slip of the tongue, it was he who spoke ill of me first," Draco muttered, unexpectedly backing down and moving aside. Harry and Ron were taken aback by Draco's rare display of humility. It was the first time they had seen him so subdued. Gradually calming down, they exchanged glances and walked into the showroom. "Potter, you should know what I want to talk to you about," Draco said, cutting to the chase. "How about it? Are you interested in forming a team to challenge the new dungeon?" Seeing Draco's eagerness, Harry nodded inwardly. It seemed Draco valued the new dungeon as much as he did. "I personally have no objection, but you need to understand that we can only form a temporary team. Once Ron's attributes reach the standard, you might not have a place in the team." "Of course, I understand that," Draco replied, not expecting a long-term cooperation. "Even if you didn't say it, I would have left the team once Ron was ready. Team and form my own team after Pansy and Daphne's attributes come up." "Ron?" Harry turned to his companion. "What's your opinion?" Ron bowed his head and thought for a moment. Although he had many conflicts with Malfoy, especially after the incident in Diagon Alley, he understood that entering the dungeon early would benefit everyone. Harry respected him, and he didn't want to drag the team down because of personal reasons. "I have no objection," Ron said generously, then added, "but there are some things we need to clarify in advance." "Like what?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "For example, the issue of command within the team," Ron paused. "Since you joined temporarily, you should naturally follow the commands of the existing team members." "Are you kidding?" Draco's voice suddenly grew louder. "Why should I be treated like a substitute? You can't form a team without me, right? Whoever has the ability should be the internal commander. You don't expect me to be your subordinate, do you?" Harry intervened decisively. "But that's the reality. The three of us have already formed a tacit understanding as a team. You need to learn to cooperate with us. You can't expect everything to revolve around you." "Then what if your command is flawed? Your previous team was targeting the old dungeon, so the new dungeon will naturally require a fresh start," Draco argued. He couldn't accept being subordinate to Harry's team, especially with a Muggle-born wizard in it. Although he had some reservations about his father's extreme pure-blood ideology, he still instinctively rejected Muggles. Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances. Ron even wore a proud expression. "I'm afraid you don't know, but we've actually experienced the Desperate Town dungeon before. We know the situation inside best." "What?" Draco's eyes widened in shock. "You've been inside? What kind of dungeon is it? What enemies are there?" "It's not convenient to tell you now," Ron shook his head. "We promised the professor not to disclose it, but I can tell you that the level of danger there is several levels higher than that of the Ruins dungeon. We've passed the level, and only by following us can you get familiar with the environment inside the fastest." Draco bowed his head in silence. He didn't expect this. Wasn't Town of Despair supposed to be a new dungeon? Harry's team had already been inside. Was the professor biased? Draco admired Anduin for his impartiality in teaching, treating everyone equally. But now, it seemed he allowed students close to him to experience the dungeon in advance. Draco felt a pang of disappointment, but realized he had to agree to the conditions. Entering with an experienced team would undoubtedly reduce the challenge's difficulty. "All right." Clang! Just as Malfoy was about to respond, a sudden sound of metal falling to the ground echoed through the trophy display room, coming from far and near. The three of them instinctively pulled out their wands and quickly stood back to back, guarding the area in front of them. "Clear!" Ron quickly scanned his area and reported in a low voice. "Clear!" Harry echoed after completing a series of tactical moves. "It's on my side!" Draco noticed a shadow moving in the darkness not far away and quickly alerted the others. Harry and Ron turned without hesitation, facing the same direction as Malfoy, confronting the shadow in the darkness. "It's not Filch," Draco was the first to voice his judgment. "That guy? Ron always lights up when he patrols, and he can't hear his cat meowing." "Then be careful. Maybe they're here to find fault. You're so annoying. Maybe they're here to seek revenge on you," Ron said sarcastically to Malfoy, even in this tense moment. "Don't say a few words." Harry softly interrupted. "It doesn't matter who it is. Let's find a place to hide first." "No." Draco suddenly reacted, speaking with exasperation. "We're not in the dungeon. Why are we so nervous? It can't be the enemy, right? Maybe it's just a couple sneaking out for a date." After Draco's reminder, Harry and Ron realized they might be overreacting. Their quick tactical response now seemed a bit funny in hindsight. But after Anduin's intensive training last school year, everyone was a little on edge, even with the summer break in between. Although the three of them recognized their overreaction, they didn't completely relax and maintained their alert posture. Ron, with a hint of mischief, suggested, "Since that's the case, why don't you go up and scout the way for us? If it's Snape, the deductions might be less severe, and maybe he'll let you off." "Do you think I'm a fool?" Draco rolled his eyes. "What if it's Professor McGonagall? You go!" "Stop arguing. That figure is approaching," Harry said in a low voice, staring ahead. Draco and Ron quickly became vigilant again. They considered running or hiding, but there was no place to hide in the trophy showroom, and the door was the direction they came from. As the low figure gradually approached, the three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Hog, you don't sleep at night. What are you doing here?" Ron asked, looking at Hog, who was slowly walking towards them with a piece of dried fish in his mouth. "Ha! Are you still ashamed to accuse us first?" Hog retorted, coming closer. "It's obvious you guys haven't been abiding by the curfew these past few nights. I just came to check why there's movement in the display room at night. Do you think your house has too many points and you're not afraid of deductions?" Frightened by Hog, the three of them tensed up again. They knew all too well the kind of trouble the dog in front of them could cause, especially since he had the authority to deduct points. "Hey!" Harry quickly squatted down and smiled at Hog. "Master Hog, this is all a misunderstanding. We'll leave now. How about you just pretend you haven't seen us?" Having been in contact with Hog for so long, Harry and the others were familiar with his temperament. "That's not good," Hog raised his head triumphantly. "I think you guys are asking for trouble, violating school rules on the second day of school. I say you should not only get points deducted, but also face a month or two of detention." "Huh, don't!" The three of them became anxious. Ron hurriedly said, "Brother, as long as you let us go, you'll be my brother from now on. We've been friends for so long, don't be so harsh, okay?" Flattered by the compliment, Hog looked at the three of them with interest. "That depends on your performance. We'll behave well in the future," Harry quickly replied. "If not, we'll stop Ginny from troubling you again." After spending the summer together, Harry knew that besides Anduin, the person Hog feared most was Ginny. Even during morning exercises, Hog didn't dare to speak ill of Ginny like he did to others. "Oh?" Hog was genuinely moved by Harry's words. After thinking for a moment, he smiled. "All right, I'm not the kind of person who enjoys killing everyone. Get out of here quickly, and don't mess around in front of me anymore," Hog said sternly. The three students, terrified, didn't dare to talk back. They immediately exited the prize showroom, grateful for their escape. They had suffered at the hands of this Hogwarts bully before, and knew better than to push their luck. After watching the three students leave, Hog's expression changed. He looked seriously in the direction where the sound had come from and sniffed the air, trying to catch a scent. After a moment, he quickly rushed out of the showroom and headed straight to Anduin's office. "What? Someone is spying on Harry?" Anduin, who was working, turned his head in surprise. "Have you confirmed the identity of the spy?" "From the shape and smell, it seems to be a house elf. But I'm not sure if Harry is the target," Hog reported. "I was wandering around the main tower and saw Harry, Ron, and Draco near the prize showroom. I wanted to scare them a bit, but when I got closer, I noticed someone hiding nearby. But as soon as I noticed the spy, they realized I was there and used the house elf's unique apparition to escape," Hog continued. Anduin pondered for a moment. So, the spy was watching one of the three. Can you confirm their intentions? Did they show any dangerous behavior? Did the malicious detection amulet respond? Before I had time to activate the talisman, the spy ran away, Hogg said, tilting his head in frustration. But their behavior was sneaky, so they can't be up to any good. Why else would they flee as soon as they saw me? It seems this school year won't be safe, Anduin mused. Inform Cheeky about this and have her investigate through the house elves' channels. Also, check Hogwarts' kitchen to see if it has anything to do with the house elves in the school. End of this chapter. Chapter 779, Bounty Hunter. Yes, Hogg responded loudly, then asked curiously, My lord, who do you think is that guy hiding behind the scenes and peeping? With the character of house elves, generally speaking, they don't take the initiative to act. I'm afraid it was instigated by its master, right? It's not surprising that Hogg would think so. Creatures like house elves have always been known for their timidity, cowardice, and loyalty. Even Cheeky only awakened her will after years of education by Anduin, but even so, she is usually in a kind state. So it's hard to believe that a house elf would jump out and initiate trouble. It's very possible, Anduin agreed. However, we need more intelligence support. You and Cheeky should go and investigate first, and I will keep an eye on those three brats. Hogg nodded, understanding that his boss was probably going to use his usual surveillance method again. After Hogg left, Anduin thought for a moment. Instead of continuing to deal with the business at hand, he dressed neatly and entered the ranch space through any door. Immediately afterwards, Anduin went straight into the research building in the ranch and walked deep inside. After opening an experimental door with multiple locks, dozens or hundreds of human-shaped experimental chambers with glass on one side appeared in front of Anduin. However, most of these experimental chambers were empty at this time, with only a few naked humanoid creatures soaked in nutrient solution. When these remaining humanoid creatures saw Anduin, they immediately widened their eyes and looked at him, begging for mercy. But now they seemed to have lost all their strength. They couldn't even move in the nutrient solution, nor could they open their mouths to make a sound. The only thing they could do was slowly wriggle like maggots while blinking constantly. Hey, Anduin sighed. There are only one female human, 2 male humans, 1 male werewolf, 1 goblin, and 2 Grindylows left in the spare materials. Not enough for the Deathly Hallows experiments. After thinking about it, Anduin could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that we still have to go back to the old place to pick up another batch of goods. Immediately afterwards, he turned and left the room, ignoring the still conscious humanoids. After closing the experiment door again, Anduin walked down the stairs of the Research Institute to the next floor and opened another door. Inside the room, there was a circle of petal-like random doors. Above each door was a sign with different country names written on it. Obviously, any door here could lead to various countries, but since these were all set up by Anduin privately, it meant that it was actually illegal to cross borders through any of these doors. In fact, the Ministry of Magic of any country would not tolerate the existence of a passage that could enter and exit their country at will. This would undoubtedly add a lot of security burden to them, so Anduin rarely used this method to enter and leave other countries, normally using the Leona to travel. But what he was going to do now could not be known to the Ministry of Magic of other countries. Anduin took out a black windbreaker and put it on, then pulled out a faceless mask similar to the Silver Spear Club, except that his hands were black. Putting on the equipment, Anduin went straight to the door that said America. After passing through the door, he appeared in a light-tight house. This was Anduin's safe house in the United States. It had almost no other functions except for placing random doors. The whole room did not even have doors and windows. Therefore, Anduin did not continue to stay here and immediately used apparition to leave the place. When he reappeared, he was in a pine forest far from human habitation. Since it was dusk in the United States at this time, the sunlight from the slanted thorns cast long and thin shadows on the trees and Anduin. Anduin took out a communicator from his pocket and sent a message. After waiting for half an hour, just as the sun was about to set, Two phantoms of black smoke descended from the sky not far from him. Moments later, a man in his 30s with some oriental features and a middle-aged man with brown hair and a bushy beard appeared from apparition. "List, David, long time no see," Anduin greeted them first. The two men did not immediately respond to Anduin's greeting. Instead, they exchanged wary glances. The younger man, List, was the first to speak. "Sue Bird, haven't you been away from America for a long time? Why did you suddenly appear here?" "Do you need to think about it?" David, the bearded man, sneered. "Of course, he came here by smuggling. Otherwise, how could we not receive the news with our authority? After all, he is the famous Mr. Deathbird." "What? Still resenting me for robbing your prey? The famous mad dog David in the bounty hunter world doesn't even have this bit of courage, does he?" Anduin sneered, looking directly at David. "How dare you?" David feigned indignation, though it was unclear if he was serious or just being sarcastic. "You are a legend in our industry. It is an honor to be robbed by you. It's just a few dark wizards worth more than 1,000 galleons." "Okay, don't be cynical here." List, who had a more reserved personality, gave David a stern look. "Aren't you afraid of offending the Deathbird and getting killed in a fit of anger? With his strength, you and I wouldn't even be able to escape." "Oops," David patted his thigh in mock shock. "If it wasn't for the awakening of our battlefield magician, I would have almost gotten into big trouble." Then he put on a fawning expression and said, "Master Deathbird, you won't mind my little offense, will you?" Anduin couldn't help but roll his eyes at their antics. Why are these two idiots still the same? List and David were colleagues Anduin had met during his time as a guest bounty hunter in America. Over time, they had become half-friends. David, known as a mad dog, had a cheerful personality and was very friendly to his friends, though he liked to joke and surprise others. However, he could be extremely ruthless as a bounty hunter, often killing when he was displeased, which earned him his nickname. List, on the other hand, was much calmer and had a strong sense of justice. Though he didn't talk much, he was known for his unscrupulous methods in battle, using both magic and Muggle weapons without hesitation. "Okay, I made a special trip to the United States, and I didn't come to joke with you," Anduin said, his expression serious. All right. I'm relieved to see that our Mr. Sue Bird still looks the same as before." David shrugged helplessly. "So why did you sneak back to the United States? With your status, the Magic Congress shouldn't hinder your entry," List asked seriously, raising an eyebrow curiously. "Could it be that you were hunted down and had to escape?" "It makes sense," David echoed, pretending to look around. "You don't want to make trouble, do you? Let us serve as a shield for you." "Have you guys had enough?" Anduin was exasperated by their antics. Okay, David smiled and waved his hand. "But why don't you settle the cost of summoning us first? That'll be 10 galleons each. List and I are both busy people." Anduin wasn't surprised by this. He skillfully took out 2 small bags and tossed them to the men. Bounty hunters always recognized money over people, and they charged for everything they did. Many would even backstab their employers or act as double agents if the price was right. The 2 bounty hunters in front of Anduin were considered to be among the least reputable in their profession. They took the purse, weighed it carefully, and looked at him with a smile. "What's the rush? Normally, you wouldn't contact us this way," List said, taking the lead. "How are things in the United States? Is it still as chaotic as before?" Anduin asked. "What? Are you planning to come here and steal our business again?" David looked at Anduin warily, then extended his hand naturally. "Information fee. 10 galleons." Anduin sighed but complied, tossing 2 money bags to them. According to the unwritten rules, he was asking both of them for information, so the reward had to be split, even if one of them remained silent. "You should know the United States has never been peaceful," List began after pocketing the payment. "Especially after you left. The scavengers and the vampires of the Sabbath Alliance have been on the rise. Recently, there have been several no-mage attacks in the East where I operate. All the victims were drained of their blood. Preliminary investigations suggest the Sabbath Alliance is responsible. We suspect the Zmisi family, since you nearly wiped out the Lezimbra family. The Magic Congress has issued a bounty for this, and it's quite attractive," List continued. David chimed in. In the West, where I operate, scavengers have been causing trouble. They attacked a wizarding community, injuring 5 and killing 2. The local community has issued a large reward for this. David shot Anduin a look. It's all because you killed their deputy leader. Otherwise, the purge wouldn't have resurfaced to cause trouble. The scavengers David mentioned were a group of terrorists in the United States. Initially, they were mercenaries, but as their organization grew, they became increasingly greedy. They began hunting anyone who could be exchanged for a bounty, regardless of whether they were criminals. They indulged in brutality, trafficking fellow wizards, and eventually attracted a large-scale siege from the Magic Congress. The survivors harbored a deep hatred for all wizards and would launch genocidal attacks whenever possible. "Don't blame me for everything," Anduin said, ignoring David's complaints. "I'm not here for any bounty. I'm here to propose a business deal." "Oh?" David and List exchanged glances, then looked at Anduin with interest. "What kind of deal?" "After you hunt your targets," Anduin said, looking at them indifferently, "hand them over to me. I will provide a higher bounty than the Magic Congress and the local community." Anduin was in urgent need of experimental materials. Buying criminals from local bounty hunters would save time and avoid official consequences. "Are you trying to cut us off?" David raised an eyebrow, but didn't question Anduin's motives. It wasn't unusual for individuals and organizations to issue separate rewards. "Price? Requirements?" List asked directly, not questioning the morality of the deal. For him, those criminals were not worth any sympathy. Selling them for a better price was a win-win. "Human wizards, vampires," Anduin began, listing his requirements. Anduin stated plainly, "Werewolves, alive, with their limbs intact, regardless of gender or age. I can pay you 1.2 times the official bounty, and there is no limit to the number." List pondered for a moment, exchanging a glance with David before countering. "Your request is too harsh. We want 1.5 times. "Deal." Anduin agreed quickly, knowing his request was stringent and not wanting to haggle over money for too long. "All right." David rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Let's make an agreement in advance. As long as the target meets the standards, it doesn't matter whether we capture it ourselves or buy it from another hunter. Is that acceptable?" "No problem," Anduin nodded. "Also, if you encounter an enemy you really can't handle, you can contact me in advance for help. The bounty will be paid after the prey is captured." "Hey, it seems you're in a hurry," David observed, noting Anduin's eagerness. "But thanks to you for daring to say this, and with no limit on quantity, aren't you afraid we'll bankrupt you?" "I'm looking forward to your good news," Anduin replied, his tone turning cold. "But mind your ethics. I don't want to see anyone trying to exchange civilian wizards for money with me." With that, he glanced at the two of them coldly before disappearing with a swift apparition. End of this chapter. Chapter 780, Magic Wand, Tacit Understanding. After finalizing the channel to acquire experimental materials, Anduin returned to Hogwarts without delay. However, before the experimental subjects were in place, he did not plan to start the research on the Deathly Hallows immediately. At this time, his primary focus remained on teaching. For this school year's tactical training, Anduin decided to continue using the previous teaching strategy, conducting segmented teaching for each grade according to their learning content. The format would still primarily be based on training. His subjects, by nature, are quite monotonous. Most of the physical fitness, obstacle climbing, combat training, and tactical knowledge require repeated practice. Fortunately, with the dungeon available, students have a channel to put what they have learned into practice, thus improving their training enthusiasm. Otherwise, for most students, taking Anduin's class would be a torturous experience. However, a new problem had arisen. The quality of different students had widened the gap. The training class heavily depends on the initiative of the students. Some practice diligently and improve faster than others, causing the gap to widen. It is not impossible for some wizards to be twice as talented as others by the time they approach graduation. This disparity may not be obvious in other subjects, as knowledge and spellcasting abilities are hidden talents, but it becomes glaringly apparent in tactical training, especially for students like Harry and Neville, who had received individual instruction. Their quality in all aspects was already much higher than other students of the same age. Conversely, there are always some lazy students in every grade whose progress is slow, making it hard for them to keep up with their peers. Therefore, Anduin decided to implement a cross-grade teaching plan this school year. The essence of this program is to determine whether students will continue to study and train with their current grade or move up or down a grade based on their specific qualities. For example, outstanding students like Harry and Neville could be advanced to study with higher-level students, while those currently lagging could be moved down a grade to solidify their foundation. In Anduin's mind, this cross-grade plan is also more humane. If a student struggles after skipping a grade, or if a downgraded student catches up, adjustments can be made at any time. This ensures that students receive training intensity that matches their current physical fitness, avoiding wasted talent or potential. Of course, this adjustment will only apply to tactical training and will not affect other subjects. After making these calculations, Anduin classified the students based on the physical examination data obtained yesterday and last year's grades. Most students would continue studying their current grades courses, followed by those who could skip grades. The fewest students needed to be temporarily downgraded, but presumably, after a period of training, they would catch up with the progress. After organizing everything, Anduin wrote the announcement and classified the list by house. He then handed it over to the deans and prefects of each house, instructing them to notify the corresponding students. The next day, when the little wizards received the news, they were all stunned. "So, we're going to have classes with the third grade next?" Hermione looked at the notice Percy handed her, immediately gearing up with excitement. "What's so exciting about this?" Ron curled his lips in disbelief. "The training in the third grade is much tougher." "Why is our workload so much harder now, and why doesn't it make us exhausted?" Ron asked, frustration evident in his voice. Hermione rolled her eyes. "What do you know? Being able to learn at a higher level means the professor recognizes our potential. With your current attributes, if you don't increase your strength, how can you improve?" Stimulated by Hermione's words, Ron couldn't help but recall the events of T1 the previous night. They had made an agreement with Draco to form a temporary team and planned to practice cooperation at the training ground later. However, Draco was nowhere to be found now, which was quite frustrating. Shaking his head to clear the unpleasant thoughts, Ron muttered, "By the way, have you read today's announcement? The Desperate Town dungeon now has a time limit. Everyone can only enter once a week." "I saw that," Harry nodded. "It's actually quite reasonable. The dungeon is too large to be challenged continuously. It would be impossible to manage. But what I'm most curious about is the exchange reward I saw in the Ginny talisman. What do you think it could be?" Ron asked, his curiosity piqued. "I don't know," Hermione replied, shaking her head. "Anyway, tonight is the first meeting of the Tactics Club. We can ask the professor directly." "That's our best option for now," Harry agreed. He then checked the time and hurriedly said, "Hermione, Neville, it's time for us to go train with Draco." Ron watched the three of them leave with a look of resentment. Determined, he vowed to upgrade his attributes as soon as possible. In the evening, the members of the Tactics Club gathered at the door of Anduin's office, just as they had in previous years. The club's activities were no longer a mystery to them, and the initial excitement had waned. For most, the highlight of each meeting was sharing a meal with Anduin. The rest of the time was spent practicing duels or listening to the professor explain advanced combat skills. "Ginny, why are you here?" Ron asked, surprised to see his sister among the crowd. "Has the selection of new members started so early? I thought it would take a month or two." "Who made me so good?" Ginny puffed out her chest proudly. "The Godfather told me about the club a long time ago." "Cut," Ron muttered bitterly. "So you got in through nepotism. Just remember to call him Professor at school, or Uncle Wilson will teach you a lesson." "Can you control it?" Ginny stuck out her tongue at Ron mischievously and then pulled another girl beside her. "And I didn't get in through connections. Didn't you see there's a newcomer?" Only then did Ron notice the girl next to Ginny. "Hey, Luna, long time no see. We just met at the opening ceremony the day before yesterday." Luna replied, her expression dreamy and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "That's not what I meant." Ron scratched his head awkwardly and introduced her to Harry and Hermione. "This is Luna Lovegood, Neville and I's neighbor." Harry and Hermione greeted Luna warmly, but she responded calmly and then continued to look in a direction where no one was standing, making them feel a bit awkward. "Don't mind her. Luna usually has this personality," Neville whispered to Harry and Hermione. While many members were chatting, the office door suddenly opened and Anduin appeared. "Godfather!" Ginny exclaimed, happily throwing herself into his arms and making a face at Ron, clearly showing off. "Ginny, stop messing around. The Godfather still has business to do," Anduin said, patting her head affectionately. He then noticed Luna. "Luna, how is Pandora doing recently? Are you still tinkering with those strange things? Spells? Be careful not to have an accident like before." "Thank you, Uncle Wilson, for your concern. Mom is much more cautious now," Luna replied. When she saw Anduin, her eyes lit up, and she took out a necklace made of butterbeer lids. "You haven't visited us much in the past 2 years. My mother and I miss you very much. I made this gift especially for you." Anduin accepted the rough and peculiar necklace with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Luna. I'll make sure to visit Pandora and Xenophilius when I get the chance." "It's getting late. Everyone, please come in with me," Anduin said, leading the group from the office to the ranch as usual. The club members looked curiously at Ginny and Luna. Many were unaware that Anduin had a goddaughter, and Luna's presence made them wonder about her relationship with him. Luna's mother is a spell scholar and was acquainted with the professor years ago, Neville explained to Harry and Hermione. "I heard that Luna's mother had an accident during an experiment a few years back, but thanks to the alchemy props given by the professor, they weren't injured. That's why the two families are very close. If you ask me, both of them are just related households," Ron grumbled, still holding a grudge against Ginny. "Why have you become so narrow-minded lately?" Hermione scolded Ron. "That's your sister. Don't be so mean." "Well, I don't know. Recently, whenever I'm around Ginny, I feel negative emotions," Ron admitted with a wry smile. "That's why you're always envious of others." "Ginny is your sister," Hermione retorted, though she felt a similar unease. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. After entering the restaurant of the ranch manor, Anduin didn't immediately announce the meal. Instead, he said loudly, "Everyone, please hand me your silver flash amulets. During the meal, I need to upgrade them. This year, I've added some new functionalities." Everyone became curious, and Harry, Hermione, and the others exchanged thoughtful glances, confirming their suspicions. Soon, they enjoyed their favorite part of the gathering, the meal. Anduin's food was not only nutritious, but also incredibly delicious, something many had been craving for months. After the feast, their silver flash amulets were upgraded and returned. The little wizards quickly checked their new systems and soon noticed the new points and prize exchange items. "Everyone should have noticed," Anduin began. "The new system has several new features. Academy and wands are some complementary changes. Among them, the subject of the tacit understanding between magic wands and wizards is still under study. In the future, you may use this to gauge the harmony with your wands." Tacit understanding? Do we really have such a relationship with our wands? Percy, sitting at the front of the table, asked curiously. "Of course," Anduin nodded. "Although Ollivander always says that your wand is the most suitable for you when you buy it, it only means that the wand has the highest initial compatibility with you. It doesn't exclude the possibility of working with you, but there may still be some small gaps. The connection between a wand and a wizard isn't fully determined when you first get the wand. It takes time to develop a deeper understanding." Anduin continued, "This kind of interaction will eventually affect the level of understanding between a wand and its wizard, which is why I specifically named it. If everyone is interested and has a high enough sensitivity to magic, you can try to establish a connection with your own wand when you go back. The more responsive and cooperative the wand, the higher the level of understanding between it and you." Some of the young wizards looked confused, while others nodded thoughtfully. As for the points and reward exchange items in the new system, Anduin went on, "These are some benefits I prepared for everyone. They can also be considered rewards for those wizards who perform well in the dungeon. Oh, are these points related to the dungeon? Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement. That's right. After the dungeon is officially cleared, everyone will receive corresponding points based on their dungeon evaluation. You can use these points to redeem rewards in the system store I set up. There are many kinds of rewards. Some are magic spells, and the ones I included are rare magics that you can't learn at Hogwarts. However, it should be noted that these spells are not to be shared after they are learned. A corresponding confidentiality contract will be attached at that time. Another category is potions. These potions are not ordinary items. Some can directly improve your physical fitness and attributes, while others can develop your potential. They are all rare and valuable. Of course, alchemy items are also indispensable here. These include standard, tactical equipment, life props that you may find interesting, and even legendary items that you have been dreaming about. Anduin grinned and introduced everything to the group in an enticing voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 781, New Desperate Town. Legendary items? A rare spell? A potion that can directly increase attributes? Is there such a thing in the world? The pupils of the young wizards lit up one by one, their eyes widening in excitement. Anduin's words sparked endless daydreams among them. The premise is that the dungeon can be cleared, and it is an official dungeon, Anduin added. Additionally, the point system is currently a benefit exclusive to the club. Please keep it confidential. The reward exchange system was mainly introduced to stimulate the enthusiasm of young wizards for training. It also borrowed from the exchange model of the Silver Spear Dueling Club. Of course, Anduin would not reveal that most of the prizes in the system were actually surplus inventory from Silver Flash Trading Company, including a large amount of tactical equipment awaiting replacement. While there were some valuable items, the difficulty of exchanging for them was high. As for the spells, they were mostly auxiliary spells he had collected from the Silver Spear. These spells were rather useless to Anduin, but it would be a waste to leave them unused. The potions, however, could directly improve attributes, as he mentioned. They were byproducts developed by Anduin using life energy when he researched the Sorcerer's Stone. Although they cost him almost nothing, they were indeed very precious to the outside world. These potions had certain flaws. They only worked on wizards with low attributes. For Anduin and adult wizards with strong physical fitness, they were not much different from ordinary tonics. After developing these potions, Anduin didn't pay much attention to them and almost discarded them as defective products. Later, it was Hogg who suggested using them reasonably. The young wizards nodded repeatedly at Anduin's exhortation. They understood that the point system, at least in the short term, could only be enjoyed by club members. Eager to test their skills, they couldn't wait to rush into the new dungeon. After dinner, Anduin didn't continue discussing the system, but instead checked the results of the young wizard's summer training, as he did every year. He wanted to leave a bit of mystery for them. To be honest, Anduin was not very satisfied with their progress over the past 2 months. Many young wizards did not follow his instructions from the end of the last semester to train diligently. Once on vacation, these children began to relax, which was not surprising. Even Harry and Neville had eased up on their training. Some couldn't even complete the spiritual training method to the standard. Of course, there were those who performed poorly, but there were also those who excelled. Among the 20 club members, only Percy, Hermione, and Draco managed to complete the daily standard training and even took the initiative to do extra training. Seeing this result, Anduin was quite surprised. He expected it from Percy and Hermione, as they had always been very active and had the greatest desire to become stronger. But Draco, as the eldest son of the Malfoy family, showing such diligence, really impressed Anduin. He couldn't help but pay more attention to this child. After the club assembly, the young wizards officially started their new school year at Hogwarts. In the first month, they faced 2 significant challenges. One of them was this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. With his decent appearance and status as a well-known writer, Lockhart won the admiration of many female students in the school, while simultaneously earning the disdain of many male students. Lockhart's first class turned out to be a disaster. He released a cage of Cornish pixies, causing chaos in the classroom. Irresponsibly, he then told Harry, Ron, and Hermione to clean up the mess while he retreated to his office. In subsequent lessons, Lockhart spared no effort in bragging about himself to the students, even encouraging them to praise him in various ways. This behavior quickly tired most of the students, who soon realized that the NU professor was an idiot with a superficial charm. Many of the female students who initially admired him, including Ginny, gradually changed their attitudes. Ginny, being Anduin's favorite, had met many outstanding people through her godfather. However, she had never encountered someone as famous and seemingly accomplished as Lockhart. Unfortunately, some students still held illusions about the new professor, such as Hermione, who firmly believed that Lockhart was a hidden genius. The heroic deeds in Lockhart's books seemed so real that it was hard to imagine they were fabricated. Besides Lockhart, another challenge for the students was Anduin's new dungeon, Town of Despair. The difficulty of this dungeon was beyond description. The gloomy environment, vast area, harsh fear settings, bizarre enemies, complicated tasks, and intense monsters left a deep impression on everyone who entered for the first time. In the first week, no team at Hogwarts successfully cleared the dungeon. Most were expelled from the dungeon without even reaching the second stage. Even Harry's team, despite their thorough preparations, was no exception. While searching for the third Apocalypse document in their first mission, their under-equipped team was completely wiped out by a large number of monsters. They were so overwhelmed that they barely had time to react. Harry, Neville, and Hermione soon realized that the dungeon's difficulty had not increased since their last entry. However, the pressure they felt facing the enemies again was maddening. After carefully studying their replay, they identified the problem. Previously, they had relied heavily on Snape's help to progress. They had underestimated Snape's strength and his importance in the dungeon. Snape's powerful reactions, combat skills, and spellcasting abilities had cleared most obstacles before the team even realized the danger. His destructive spells could quickly and efficiently eliminate enemies, significantly reducing the danger for Harry and his friends. Upon re-entering the dungeon, they discovered that the Devil's servants, who initially seemed to have ordinary combat effectiveness, could become overwhelmingly powerful when their numbers increased. This made it impossible for the underarmed team to withstand the onslaught. Additionally, they noticed that Anduin had made several changes to Town of Despair, accelerating the dungeon's pace. This shortened the challenge time for each team, but also introduced new problems. Previously, the most time-consuming tasks in Town of Despair were traveling and managing fear at the bonfire. In the new version, the longer a survivor stayed, the faster their fear value increased, with the natural growth rate accelerating by 10% every 50 minutes. Anduin had shortened the time required for the fire source to reduce the fear value. Now, it only took about a minute by the campfire to clear the fear value. Additionally, Anduin provided a large number of cars for travel and thoughtfully included a driving tutorial in each vehicle. Despite these efforts, the young wizards struggled to adapt quickly. During their first entry, they wasted considerable time just learning to drive. As a result, in subsequent battles, the fear value increased rapidly, making it easy for teammates to become possessed by demons. The accelerated pace of the dungeon left them with little rest time. Previously, resting by the campfire or on the road allowed them to recover significantly. Now, due to time constraints, they often encountered enemies while not fully recovered, making battles exceedingly difficult. The horror atmosphere in Desperate Town cast a significant psychological shadow over everyone. Previously, Snape's presence had provided Harry and the others with a sense of security, akin to having a parental figure to rely on. This time, however, they felt their helplessness acutely, despite having experienced it once before. Draco, in particular, had a severe reaction, suffering from nightmares for several days and becoming quite dazed. Even Harry's team, who had previously experienced Desperate Town, struggled, let alone the others. Many young wizards, after one experience in Desperate Town, were too frightened to return. Even watching the live broadcast at the training ground required them to gather in groups for encouragement. The place was genuinely terrifying. The senior students fared no better than the lower grade students. The first two challenges ended in failure. It wasn't until a month later that Percy led his team to complete the first successful run of Desperate Town. The well-known difficulties of the new dungeon made the students take this challenge very seriously. On the day of the successful run, more than half of Hogwarts' students gathered in the live broadcast plaza, cheering for Percy's team. The excitement from that day was still a topic of conversation days later. The students had been eagerly awaiting a team to break through the barrier that had troubled everyone for so long. When Percy's team, reduced to just 2 members, managed to defend the exorcism book within the specified time, the live broadcast square erupted in cheers for several minutes. Percy, Penello, Wood, and others became heroes in the eyes of the students. The continuous cheers and shouts could be heard throughout Hogwarts Castle, leaving the professors wondering what kind of challenge Anduin had created to elicit such excitement, even more than Voldemort's defeat. Lockhart, ever the showman, tried to capitalize on the excitement by giving a speech at the training ground. However, the excited young wizards were not interested in his antics. In celebration, they showered him with butterbeer and various candies, making the handsome professor look like a clown. Lockhart had no choice but to flee back to the castle in embarrassment. In the principal's office, Dumbledore smiled as he watched the noisy scene from the window. "Hogwarts hasn't been this lively for a long time," he remarked, turning to look at Anduin behind him. "I didn't expect." "The dungeon you created has become incredibly popular," Anduin remarked. "It's just a different kind of toy. Their enthusiasm will fade in time," Dumbledore replied with a smile, shaking his head. He then looked at Anduin, puzzled. "By the way, that Lockhart seems like a fraud. I haven't seen him cast spells even once during his lectures. The stories in his books seem genuine, but they don't appear to have anything to do with him," Anduin said. He had read Lockhart's book recently, and while the content didn't seem fabricated, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the man. "Lockhart is actually quite intelligent, smarter than most of his classmates," Dumbledore said with a touch of emotion. "But his biggest flaw is that he refuses to try unless he knows he will be the best. Lockhart could have achieved great things if he had put in the effort. He might not have reached the heights he claimed to aspire to, but he could have had a respectable career," Dumbledore continued. "Instead, he let his vanity take over. He didn't study for the sake of education, but to gain attention. Over time, he became accustomed to using deceit to gain that attention. He tricked accomplished wizards and witches into revealing their greatest deeds as he traveled, then wiped their memories afterward," Dumbledore explained. "That's how his works came about. The content is real, but it isn't his own. I know of 2 wizards whose memories were wiped by Lockhart, so I know exactly what happened," Dumbledore sighed softly. Anduin nodded in understanding, but then looked at Dumbledore with confusion. "If that's the case, why did you let him enter Hogwarts? What can we learn from such a vain Philistine?" "By placing him in an ordinary school life, his lies will naturally be exposed," Dumbledore said with a slight smile. "You can learn a lot from a bad teacher, such as what not to do and what kind of person not to become." End of this chapter. Chapter 782, Experiments and Abnormalities. Will it be risky to do so? Aren't you afraid that Lockhart's reckless behavior will hurt the young wizards? Anduin asked, pacing towards the metal frame where Fawkes was resting, gently teasing the little phoenix. "It's good to let them suffer a bit, but just in case, you still have to keep an eye on him," Dumbledore replied, looking at Anduin. "I know you've installed a lot of gadgets for surveillance around the school, so I need you to take on this important task." "Why is he always throwing everything on me? Is he really using me as a free worker? And why is this old man still slandering me?" Anduin couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I'm not spying. Don't you know that a house elf has been sneaking into the school causing trouble recently? If we don't keep an eye on it, it could cause big problems." "Oh?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Have you found anything?" "That house elf seems to be targeting Harry, but I haven't figured out its exact intentions. It's very cautious and teleports away as soon as it senses something amiss," Anduin explained, recalling Hogg's reports. The house elf had appeared twice this month, each time heading towards Harry. Hogg would rush over immediately upon discovering this, but the house elf was very agile and escaped quickly, much to Hogg's frustration. Now, Hogg seemed determined to catch the elusive creature. It seems the situation is not entirely peaceful yet. We need to be more vigilant, Dumbledore said, his thoughts immediately turning to Voldemort. He was certain the Dark Lord would not be defeated so easily. I think so too, Anduin agreed, then shifted to the main topic. I've made progress in researching the Deathly Hallows. I'm here to ask if I can borrow the Elder Wand. Borrow it? Dumbledore's expression turned cautious. Haven't you always conducted your research on the 3 Hallows here? It's possible to do the research here, but the follow-up experiments might involve some risks. I'm afraid I might damage it, and you might not approve of some of my testing methods, Anduin explained carefully. What he planned to do next involved human experiments, and he was unsure of Dumbledore's stance on such matters. It was better to keep him out of it as much as possible. Risks? What kind of methods? Dumbledore looked at Anduin thoughtfully, as if he had an inkling but chose not to voice it. All right, Dumbledore finally nodded after a moment of contemplation. I can lend you the Elder Wand, but only from late night to early morning. He then looked at Anduin meaningfully. I don't want to delve too deeply into your so-called research methods, but some things should be done in moderation. Don't cross the line. I understand, Anduin replied, relieved that Dumbledore had agreed. He had expected it to take more effort to convince him. Judging by Dumbledore's reaction, the old man seemed to have an idea of what was going on, but chose not to confront it directly. Feeling a bit guilty about borrowing the wand, Anduin took out a spare wand. You can choose a few. I don't want you to be without a wand when you need it. Looking at the bundle of dozens of wands in Anduin's hand, Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh. How many people had this young man defeated to collect so many wands? But he politely declined. I have a spare wand. You should keep these for yourself. I'm willing to help you mainly because I want to see the true nature of the Deathly Hallows. With that, the old man handed the Elder Wand to Anduin. After years of interaction, he had built enough trust in the young man before him. A person who wasn't tempted by the Sorcerer's Stone surely wouldn't covet the Elder Wand. Thank you, Anduin said, accepting the wand. Anduin thanked him sincerely and then glanced curiously at the phoenix next to him. By the way, I remember that Fox is a male bird. Are you interested in letting him visit my place? Eileen is still single now. Hey, Fox seemed to understand Anduin's words and immediately let out a vigil, ant cry. It seems he's dissatisfied with Eileen's current figure. Dumbledore stroked his beard in embarrassment. It's true, you know. It's the first time I've seen someone raise a phoenix like a chicken. Dumbledore was no stranger to the magical creatures in Anduin's house, and he and Fox had visited each other's ranches. But when he saw the phoenix as fat as a ball, he still couldn't understand how Anduin managed it. Ch, you still have the nerve to be picky. Anduin gave Fox a sharp look. You deserve to be single for life. When Eileen gets married in the future, you'll regret it. Hey, Fox rolled his eyes in disgust, as if to say, can Eileen even find a partner with her figure? After chatting with Dumbledore for a few moments, Anduin happily returned to the pasture with the Elder Wand in his hand. The effect of using galleons to clear the way was very apparent. In just 1 month, David and List from the United States had captured a dozen dark wizards for him. After Anduin's confirmation, these individuals were indeed wanted criminals by the U.S. authorities, mainly humans and vampires. With enough experimental materials, Anduin could finally begin studying the Deathly Hallows. As soon as he got the Elder Wand, he couldn't wait to get into the laboratory. At this time, there were already 3 nutrition chambers filled with humans, and Shaltir was waiting beside him in a white doctor's robe. It seems you have borrowed the Elder Wand, my lord, Shaltir observed, noting Anduin's smiling expression. She knew he must have gotten what he wanted. Yes, Dumbledore was more agreeable than expected, Anduin nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Shaltir. But I don't have much time to borrow it each day, so let's start the test quickly. Yes, Shaltir responded, then pulled out her wand and cast a spell on a human in the experimental chamber. The soul is out of the body. A wizard was hit by the green light of the imperious curse, instantly calming the person who had been struggling in the chamber. This indicated that his consciousness had been completely controlled by Shaltir. After controlling the wizard, Shaltir guided him out of the experimental chamber and into the circular space in the center of the laboratory. Surrounding this open space were several instruments with unclear purposes, and the circular table beneath their feet was engraved with complex patterns. Clearly, this was the venue Anduin had specially arranged for the Deathly Hallows experiment. Anduin then took out the other 3 holy artifacts. He asked the subject to put on the invisibility cloak, placed the resurrection stone at the navel, and positioned the Elder Wand on the chest, using magic to attach the artifacts to the subject's body. Attention, I will draw a magic circle on him next. Don't let him mobilize his magic power until it's completed, Anduin instructed. He began to work on the wizard according to the previously restored blueprint. He fixed the 3 sacred artifacts on the subject's body and drew runes with these artifacts as the focal points. After a while, Anduin finished drawing the complex pattern and immediately ordered, "Okay, now control him to use his magic power. Start with the resurrection stone at the navel, then follow my path with the runes, moving up past the Elder Wand. Once you reach the tip of the wand, divert the magic power. Note that the output must be even and must pass through the 2 nodes I marked on his shoulders. After completing this step, it will be much easier. Then you only need to let the magic power flow along my runes." Finally, Anduin instructed again, "This is the first test, so you must be careful. You can slow down when controlling his magic power, and the amount of mobilization doesn't need to be particularly large. I need to test if the restored runes are complete." "Understood. Leave it to me," Shaltir nodded confidently. She had honed her skills over many years, so this request was not a problem for her. She immediately began to guide the Izzard's magic power as instructed, while Anduin observed the changes in the wizard and operated the instruments around the circular open space. As the magic power began to flow, a vision suddenly appeared on the wizard. The resurrection stone on his abdomen was the starting point of the rune circle. After receiving the magic power, the Phantom of the Dead did not appear as usual. Instead, a faint starlight shone on the surface. As the magic power gradually flowed up and passed through the Elder Wand, the wizard's body began to fade. This was not a simple fading of color, but more like becoming invisible, as his body gradually turned into nothingness. However, this emptiness did not continue to worsen with the flow of magic power. Instead, after the magic power passed through the 2 nodes belonging to the invisibility cloak, it suddenly stopped. This made the wizard look more like a ghost than a human at this time. Just as Anduin was curious about what was happening to the wizard, Shaltir suddenly shouted, "No, the magic power on him is out of control." Following Shaltir's warning, the wizard began to tremble, and his translucent body fluctuated between being clear and blurred. "Reduce the magic power. If you fail, withdraw your consciousness and give up control," Anduin commanded calmly. He then patted the console beside him, and 2 chain-like metal tentacles suddenly protruded from the ground, rolling towards the wizard from bottom to top. These were magic ropes enchanted with energy-absorbing spells, designed to quickly drain the wizard's magic power to prevent situations like magic riots. Unexpectedly, the steel cables failed to restrain the wizard. In fact, they couldn't even touch him. It wasn't like touching a ghost. The wizard seemed to be in a strange, intermediate state. Although the steel cables could wrap around his body, they couldn't make contact or extract magic power. It was as if a transparent, slippery shell had formed around him, deflecting and separating all entities that touched it. Anduin perceived that the steel cables did not feel the touch of a real object and kept sliding along the wizard's body due to his trembling. "This is so strange," Anduin muttered, witnessing this phenomenon for the first time. It was neither complete nothingness nor a solid entity. As the wizard's magic power fluctuated more and more, Anduin realized that now was not the time to ponder. It was clear that Shaltir had failed to control the target. If this mutation wasn't resolved, the wizard might explode due to the magic mutation in his body. Although such an explosion wouldn't pose much threat to him and Shaltir, the 3 sacred artifacts could be damaged. If they were destroyed in this accident, Anduin would have no way to explain it to Dumbledore. Thinking quickly, he cast a lightning spell, hoping to stop the wizard. Anduin wasn't sure if the spell would be effective, but he had to try something. The situation seemed troublesome, but the result was surprisingly smooth. The electric current penetrated the wizard's body effortlessly, destroying its internal structure in an instant. Here! After a flash of lightning, the wizard in the circular field turned into a half-burned corpse and collapsed. Anduin hurried forward to retrieve the 3 holy artifacts from the fallen wizard's body. After a thorough inspection, Anduin breathed a sigh of relief. The Deathly Hallows were undamaged, though it was unfortunate that the wizard was beyond saving. "My lord, how is it?" Shaltir, startled by the strange occurrence, rushed to Anduin's side and asked. "It's okay. At least the Deathly Hallows are intact." Anduin shook his head, recalling the scene. In that half-empty, half-real state, the solid steel cable couldn't touch the opponent, and spells weren't blocked. Wait. Upon careful recollection, Anduin realized that when he cast his spell, the feedback from his wild lightning hitting the opponent felt different from that of ordinary wizards. He sensed that when his wild lightning entered the opponent nymph, his body, it became faster, more violent, more transparent, and even more flexible. It was neither like hitting a physical entity nor an empty space. This meant that in that state, the magic damage received was greatly amplified, producing a highly efficient effect. So imposing that state on oneself is akin to suicide, except for the ability to ignore physical entities? Anduin frowned in confusion. He couldn't fathom why someone would use such magic on themselves. But then he shook his head again. No, the mystery of the Deathly Hallows is definitely not that simple. It's better to wait until the spell is fully restored before making any judgments. With this in mind, Anduin began to contemplate the reasons for the experiment's failure. End of this chapter.